Brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Drytech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Drytech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Drytech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
I laid out from Reno, was trailed by 20 hounds. Didn't get to sleep last night, so the morning came around. I said I'll run, but I take my time. The friend of the devil is a friend of mine. If I get home before daylight, just might get some sleep tonight. Put the brat into the den, and he owed me 20 bills. Spent the night in Utah in a cabin in the hills. So I sit out running, but I take my time. The friend of the devil is a friend of mine. If I get home before daylight, just might get some sleep tonight. Got 2 reasons why I cry each lonely night. The first one's name is Emery. She's my heart's delight. The second one is prison, baby. Sheriff's on my trail, and if he catches up with me, I spend my life in jail. I got a wife in Chino and one in Cherokee. One, she says she has my child, but it don't look like me. So I sit out running, but I take my time. The friend of the devil is a friend of mine. If I get home before daylight, just might get some sleep tonight. Chino and one in Cherokee. One, she says she has my child, but it don't look like me. So I sit out running, but I take my time. The friend of the devil is a friend of mine. If I get home before daylight, just might get some sleep tonight.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Thursday. Without LT, the rest of the crew here, Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, who you just heard singing a song in our lead-up on our countdown there, Forrester and Lunsford all here today. With that in mind, Goose early on saying he hopes you get some gigs at Lake Martin this summer. Lunsford has posted a date at Chuck's Marina. Is that legit?
That is legit. I am there May 14th at Chuck's Marina, and also I am there whatever the Sunday of Labor Day is. What is that date?
That's football season, so I don't care.
That's Sunday.
But May 14th. May 14th at
Correct.
Chuck's Marina in Lake Martin, Alabama.
Correct. I'll be there. I don't think the child will be in tow, but I will be there solo.
Speaking
Sunday
of which,
the 4th, I believe.
Sunday the 4th.
Speaking of which, are you ready to give us child update news?
If you're not, no big deal, Rockstar. Don't feel pressure.
Nancy and I are pregnant.
Yes, well, we know that.
No, you're not pregnant.
We are being Nancy is being induced this Sunday.
This Sunday, everybody, Rockstar.
Now, just to let you know, Sunday is the 25th. Her expected due date was May 1st. She went to the doctor, the OB, yesterday, and they said that, ma'am, you got a small body frame, and we estimate your baby is 9 pounds.
Yeah.
9 pounds. You got to put your hand in the dirt.
That's a big boy. So,
That is a big boy. I've got 2 daughters, and my wife has delivered 2 9+ pound babies. That's not fun.
No, thank you.
I don't think any delivery is fun if you're the female.
I've told her I think she'll be ready by next Saturday to start training for the Ironman.
Get her back out there.
She needs to get some
I
exercise.
bet she loves those jokes. And I bet if you showed her the next round.
Nancy's very literal. When I say that, she'll go, I'm not going to be able to run.
I know. I've seen the two of you.
She doesn't get your humor all the time.
She is very literal, and Rockstar is the opposite of literal.
Yes.
So you two are an interesting pair, and I've seen that play out so many times. But if you showed her the next round text thread, the company text thread yesterday, do you think she would have liked it or disliked it?
She would have loved it because did you tell everybody? I did.
Oh,
What did they say?
everybody.
What did each individual person say? I don't. Congratulations. What did this person say? What did this?
No,
Here,
it was
just read the
you
phone.
talking about us doing a live show for labor and delivery. She would have loved that.
Well, the only thing my only directions, my specific directions I've been given at the hospital is you don't have to go below the curtain, but under all means, by any means necessary, do not, no matter what they say, do not accept mirrors. That is your only job.
Do not accept mirrors.
Because they offer you a mirror if you want, like Mama wants to see the crowning and everything. She's like, do not.
Yeah.
I do not want to see any mirrors. Like, you got it.
Are you going to cut the cord?
I don't know.
I did not.
I don't understand I'm not big on the significance of it. I don't think 15 years from now I'm going to regret not cutting the cord.
Well, welcome into the next round. Brown taking this a little deeper than I expected.
Well, I wasn't.
The umbilical cord, guys, not the lifeline.
Yeah, I was an above the curtain guy for both childbirths.
Right there with you.
Did not regret that one bit. So everybody's got to make their own decision.
Yep.
But I wasn't above the curtain guy.
I turned the lights on at Space Mountain. I didn't give a damn. I went down. There, guys.
I was in the hotel.
I saw it all.
Yeah, I was an above the curtain guy, Rockstar. Do not regret it one bit. But again, I think everybody's got to make that decision, and it is almost it's not necessarily a split-second decision, but
somebody told me there's new things these days that a lot of husbands have passed out, so a lot of the hospitals now require, like, hey, you just need to stay. You can stay in the room, just stay seated. Like, we don't need you at the head and everything because a lot of fathers have passed out. So I'm game with that too.
No, I will tell you, it's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. I think you want to see it.
I did not.
The crowning.
I did not.
The crowning, I think you want to see it, and it's the miracle of life.
Yep.
Well, I believe it. I'll be there, but I don't have to see it.
It'll take you right back to that 6th grade National Geographic video you saw in school.
I think I was
scared the death out of me.
I think I was a little bit scarred because when I was in high school, Robin Wilson, our biology teacher, showed us a video of a natural childbirth, right?
Right.
In biology. And are you nervous?
No, I've had 3 cups of bullet coffee right there on Highway 280.
We're talking childbirth in the first 5 minutes of the show. I'm not nervous. I'm
Jim
just
doesn't
playing
like this.
drums right here.
Well, you brought it up, by the way.
You did.
I bring things up usually in 30-second formats off to get the show rolling.
Right.
Okay. But I'm knee deep in this now, so to speak.
So Robin Wilson, my biology teacher, it was CP biology, which I guess is like AP or whatever, shows us a video of a natural childbirth. And she was going to try to fast forward to the childbirth and got it stuck on fast forward, right? This is old videotape, right? So as it fast forwards, baby out.
Yeah.
And then she realizes she messed up, so she hits rewind and the baby back in.
You had that one smart-ass kid that goes, but how did the baby get there?
No. The whole reaction was, oh! Ah! And I think I was scarred for a little while on that. Maybe still to this day.
Yeah, you got over it, I think, right? You've had 2 kids.
I have had 2 kids. Again, above the curtain guy, though, with both kids. And you know what? You know how old my oldest daughter is right now, Rockstar? 17.
Yeah.
If I was below the curtain, you know how old she'd be right now? 17. It ain't going to change anything.
Correct. Same thing with the umbilical cord.
That's right.
It's not. But by the way, above the curtain, below the curtain, you know what ride you're going to want to ride at Disney next time? Space Mountain. Doesn't matter if you've seen it with the lights on or the lights off. You're going to want to go back to Space Mountain, my friend.
Don't know what your analogy skills.
Well, because Space Mountain is the scariest. The first time you ride it, it's the scariest of all roller coasters. Because even with your eyes open, it's in the freaking dark, so you don't know what's happening next, right? Whoa! So even the smallest curves are big because you didn't know they were coming, right? It's really not that crazy of a roller coaster.
Yeah, if you see it with the lights on, it's not nuts.
Yes.
Right. It's the fact that the lights are off. Yeah.
So go below the curtain, man. You only live once, especially if it's only your first. It's the only child you're going to do. If you're going to be a one child person, get the full experience, man. Go sit in the box seats. Go up in the club seats.
You know what? For you, Dunaway, I will think about it, but the decision's been made. I'll think about it.
You go ahead and think about it. Yes.
Okay.
I'm telling you to do what you're comfortable with.
I'm a no regret kind of guy.
I can see that.
Yeah. Have you ever known Dunaway to have regrets about anything? This guy can't order right in a restaurant, and you're taking advice on him on whether to stand above or below the
Now his
curtain?
legs are in stirrups, and Dunaway's doing a selfie. Just
I would rather. I'd rather
think it would come from there.
experience something and not like it than to wonder the rest of my life saying, God, should I have done that?
have you ever been punched in the face with brass knuckles?
I have not, no.
Well, you should try it.
But I
You're
have been
probably gonna
punched in the
enjoy it.
face.
Thought it would hurt more.
I've been punched in the face, and I've been picked upside down and thrown into a bush during city stages.
Oh, it's like an 80s movie.
Yeah, I've done it all, Rockstar. I've done it all. A lot to get to in the show, including Childbirth with Rockstar, an episode that it could be a new podcast coming up. But Rockstar will be a daddy sometime Sunday into Monday morning, we're being told.
I'm guessing Monday morning.
Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing.
So get all the well wishes ready to go, and we'll get you up to date on that. Filling in on all our reads today will be Ryan Brown, pretending to be Lance Taylor. He'll start us off telling us about LT's new ride from Exclusive Auto Wholesale, and we'll get into the big news going on. But the takeaway from the first 7 minutes, yes, Rockstar is going to do a date at Lake Martin coming up on May the 14th.
And for those texting me and in the chat room, Dunaway is 100% aware of Ric Flair. It was intentional.
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
EAWcars.net is where you go see more. EAWcars.net. Go on social media and see Lance's ride right now. Lance is in a Porsche. Do you guys go Porsche or Porsche?
I would say Porsche.
I'm a Porsche guy from Alabaster.
Because I also wouldn't say I drive a Jaguar.
A Jaguar.
I would never say that.
Lance is in a Porsche or Porsche Panamera, and you can see it right now on our social media. A nice little video tour that LT gives you, and you can see all the cars for yourself at Exclusive Auto Wholesale, Pelham Parkway, Highway 31 right there in Pelham, or go online, EAWcars.net. What did you say about EAW cars? If it's in the game?
It's in the cars.
It's in the cars. All right.
New year, new Jace writes in, our buddy Jace, one-time dater of our interns. Is there a Next Round Live onesie in the store yet?
My wife made one for Rockstar's baby. And you know what Rockstar told me?
Yeah, not going to fit.
Yeah, it might be a burp cloth because it is tiny for how big this kid's going to
be. She made it for a average 6.5, 7 pounder.
That's right.
Rockstar's pulling out the largemouth.
Delivering a football. Hilarious, by the way.
By the way, I did have about a 20-minute conversation. Thank you for that, by the way. 20-minute conversation yesterday with Nancy.
I wanted to hear it too. So Dunaway filled in for me at Odie's last night because I was told 2 weeks ago that I didn't need to be doing Odie's because of different things, and I forgot the reason. And Dunaway was asking me because I told her we were going to be induced. My bad. Nancy's going to be induced.
Yeah, I would quit saying
And I said, we're eating together now, and I'd love to hear her tell you why I cannot go tonight because I haven't heard the description in about a week, and she changes it every time. So Jim's a talker, and Nancy's a talker.
Oh, yeah.
So I finished my meal.
Right.
And Nancy's just on the phone just talking away.
Yep.
So anyway, 5th grade.
Yeah.
So we get into Maggie's childbirth, our first child, where we have an epidural that, because of how Harper is and how low Maggie was carrying Harper, the epidural can't get down to the first drop of Space Mountain, if you will. And
You can let the analogy go. Maybe overused.
So basically, Maggie, despite paying for the epidural, delivered the first one naturally.
She did it cavewoman style.
Yeah.
Was that bad?
It wasn't that bad. As I was explaining to Nancy, your adrenaline gets going, and as Nancy points out, women are built for this. And I was trying to give her a little Jim Dunaway pep talk, but in the process, stepped into the fact that sometimes the epidural doesn't work because how the baby is, if it's low and everything. And so
I got a horror story for you.
I had to backtrack at that point.
Do you know anybody that's ever had one of them underwater in a bathtub?
No, we were going to do the Cahaba, but she didn't want to do it.
The baby comes out like a catfish.
Both of mine came out about 7 pounds, and both with a lot of condescending attitudes and passive aggressiveness.
We know it's Jim's kid.
Like both of them came
this
out
is
and they were
Dad.
like, are you going to cry? Well, you going to cry? And I was like, and finally started crying, condescending.
This is the hotel room, the hospital room you picked?
Yeah.
Thought it'd be bigger.
Thought it would be bigger. All right. So Rockstar's giving birth this weekend. LT's on vacation today and tomorrow. Brown's off tomorrow as well. Part of the show, Rocky will have the lounge tomorrow. Aaron Suttles will do a live version with me. Final hour, 12 to 1 of Bama and Bourbon, thanks to the Pink Package Store on 280. He'll be in here with us talking Alabama football and everything college football, 12 to 1 with a live Bama and Bourbon. 11 to 12 tomorrow, including Trash or Bone Fragments. The great Tony Curry will be with us. We'll talk a lot of music and life with Tony Curry, 11 to 12 tomorrow. Those two in the back half of the show. We're still piecing together the front half of the show tomorrow.
I think we may have the 10 o'clock. I'm just trying to get some confirmation.
All right.
We may have
that
the
sounds
10
exciting.
announcement of the 10 to 11 coming up. And the first hour is going to be a lot of Lunsford, Forster, Rockstar, and me, and a little 4 Downs tomorrow. Rockstar's got 4 Downs today, but the biggest story in sports happens to be Jay Wright, Brown's favorite guy, who finally got Brown off the circuit of going on these bracket challenge penalty trips.
It's true.
It was your pick of Jay Wright and Villanova.
I retired him.
But now it's Villa-Ova for Jay Wright. That was the headline last night.
Oh, good. At least somebody else did it.
As Jay Wright goes into retirement.
Yeah, and I'm happy for this Neptune guy. I don't know much about him that has gotten the job.
Kyle Neptune.
10
years with him. Started off as a video coordinator.
That's right. Worked his way up like Eric Spoelstra, like Spo did, and he was the head coach at Fordham, and I'm assuming they were pretty good under him. I haven't followed Fordham basketball. But you texted me this last night, and I was actually in my daughter's Taekwondo class when you texted me, and my first reaction was not that, Jay Wright's leaving basketball, Jay Wright's had a great career. I think this guy ought to be able to go out anytime he wants. He's 60. Can you believe he's 60?
And only 60. Good looking.
Yeah, but
a good looking
does he
dude.
look 60 to you?
Yeah, exactly. I can sit here and say, he's a man's man. He looks like a man, right?
Oh, he
At age
does.
60,
Jay Wright looks like a guy that could be anything from the Teflon Don to a college basketball
He's
coach.
the type of guy that would ride Space Mountain with his eyes open.
Yeah, but you know what? You know who he looks
We
like?
got to do this whole show.
Jay Wright reminds me of is it Don Draper from Mad Men?
Yeah, he looks like he could be on Mad
like
Men.
he could walk in, ash out a cigarette, pour himself a little bourbon
neat.
sit down and start saying, "Now listen, United Airlines, if we're going to do this ad campaign, here's how we should do it."
Yeah. Can you believe that guy's 60 though, Rockstar Jay Wright? He looks good for 60.
He does. He's the one that does not wear a suit. Does not wear a suit.
Yeah, except
He's always in a
until
suit.
right up here at the end. That was the whole thing. You're right. He's always in a suit. He's got that olive skin though. That makes him look younger. I was surprised by this. It seems like that guy has still got plenty of gas in the tank. There is some speculation that he might consider the NBA, obviously.
More on that later.
But my immediate reaction to you was, and this, I only was hoping this would happen because of what it would do for the sports news landscape here in April and May. That would be a massive opening that would create some dominoes in college basketball coaching.
Yeah, first name I thought of was the former Butler coach,
Brad Stevens,
who's
yeah.
in the front office now with the Celtics, who, by the way, he's doing a pretty good job. The Celtics are winning. They won again last night. But I thought if he's coming back to coaching, I thought maybe he'd replace Coach K or Roy at North Carolina Duke. That didn't happen at either one of those. They went with, people that they knew, their assistants. And I thought to myself, well, Villanova would fit well with Brad Stevens, and that's a program that's sort of a modern-day blue blood.
And that wouldn't start as many dominoes. I was just thinking about a sitting college head coach. Like, if you've got a really good college head coach, but you're not a blue blood, you worry about Villanova being open. That's a great job, and that's why that was my reaction to you as, boy, this is a peach job to be open at this time of year. However, normally when you see a job coming open at this time of the year, it's a setup, right? Jay's retiring because he's already negotiated so-and-so getting the job, or the school's already picked the successor.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy for the Neptune guy. It's a great job for him. I know nothing about the guy other than what you've read and I've read. And this is no reflection on how I feel about him. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve the job. He may be very deserving of the job. I'm just saying I would have loved to have seen what that open market would have created with Villanova. That's a great job.
And we really didn't get that with the USC job
Or the
some
Duke
of some of these other jobs, USC football, Duke basketball, some of these other jobs. But
North Carolina basketball.
Yeah, basketball seems to be these blue blood jobs. They seem to be handing it down to a next generation of their coaching tree without it opening up. And that's what Kay did, that's what Roy did, and that's what Jay Wright has done now. Just blown away by the fact that this is, in his time of coaching, this is Jay Wright's win-loss record. You know how many basketball games they play every year. Jay Wright has 520 wins and only 197 losses.
That's incredible. 5-1.
He is 520 and 197, and that includes stops at where was he, Hofstra or Fordham, one of those two before, and then he slid over to Villanova there. 2 national championships, 4 Final Fours, 21 years, was there this year at the Final Four with a team that probably wasn't good enough to be in the Final Four, but Jay Wright coached them up, got him to the Final Four, won Brown enough of the bracket challenge there to keep him from having to go to East Bumble, America.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I think that, I don't know if you follow this John Rothstein cat that covers college basketball for CBS.
You can't be a college basketball fan and not follow John or Jeff.
Okay. I follow Jeff. I guess I'm not a college basketball fan. But the John Rothstein guy does those T-shirts, and he's got like this slogan for everybody.
Yeah, well, I don't know how he gets away with it copyright-wise.
I really don't either, but I'm monitoring that situation. Nate Oates is my cousin Vinny because he's a northerner that came down south and is winning, right?
That's right.
He's my cousin Vinny. I think the Jay Wright one is spot on. He's Villanova basketball, Fortune 500 company. Yep. They are like a Fortune 500 company. They are just consistent, always a good stock price. Not a whole lot of dips. That's a Fortune 500 company.
It really is. Kerry in the chat room over here, so he's a clean-cut white guy in a suit, basically is the way we're describing him.
Kind of, pretty much, yeah.
Jay says, Dear Tom Brady and Coach K, see Jay Wright on how to do this properly.
Amen. Amen and amen. Roy.
Isn't this sort of the way Nick Saban will do it? Don't you expect it?
Well, we assume. It's funny, Peter Burns was saying this last night, that when you see legends like Roy Williams, Coach K, Jay Wright walk away like this, he goes, it's why I am preparing myself for Nick Saban to do this at any moment.
Yeah.
For this year to be his last year. And now Peter's not predicting it's going to be, but he's like, you see these legends do it. You got to prepare yourself for that. But I assume this is the way Nick Saban will do it, yes.
Yeah, I think it'll be just, a certain time after the final game of the year where it'll be, that's it.
Yep. Nick Saban is announcing his retirement tomorrow in Tuscaloosa, press conference at 2.
And sadly, I was somewhere this week that had a great painting of Nick Saban running onto the field from his first year. And I looked at him and I looked at that painting and I said,
"It's your bedroom."
It was my bedroom, Rockstar.
It was the ceiling. That's right.
And then I said, God, I wish Nick Saban was that young still. And, because you'd feel like this would go on for another 30 years, and maybe it will. But, Jay Wright stepping down last night, another passage of time in sports. A couple of more things to get to here in this opening segment, part of the show being brought to you by the Regions Tradition Golf Event. It's time to get outside with your neighbors and enjoy a great event.
It is the biggest lawn party returning to Greystone for the Regions Tradition, May 11 through 15. Join us for the Wednesday Pro-Am. We'll be there with celebrities like Charles Barkley, Nick Saban, Brian Harsin, Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Dale Murphy, and more. Don't miss the return of the White Claw Watering Hole featuring Red Mount Vodka's Lounge, the White Claw Wave Bar, live music, and much more. Let's celebrate 30 years of tradition, $20 million to charity. Do you know the winningest coach left in college basketball now?
Winningest coach left in college basketball as far as percentage or number of wins?
Number of wins. Now, I needed to put an asterisk by that, which I did not do. Jim Boeheim is that guy. But beyond Boeheim, now that Wright's gone, Krzyzewski's gone, Roy Williams is gone.
Well, I was going to go by Boeheim. The next guy in line is going to be either Bill Self or Calipari.
It is Bob Huggins. Everybody always forgets Bob Huggins, 844 wins.
Yeah, well, he's been down the last couple of years.
And he hasn't won a national championship.
Landmine Believer believes that Wright will coach the 76ers and they'll get rid of Doc Rivers. 76ers playing pretty good right now, up 3-0 in the series. Dave, can we get someone to make sure John Calipari doesn't retire on us too soon?
I mean, he's getting close.
Yeah, that day will come soon as
Cal
well.
is 61. Am I wrong about that? Is he that old?
Seems older.
Oh, really? You think John
I mean, he looks a lot older than Jay Wright does.
John Calipari is aged 63. 3 years older. Yeah.
On the show today, before we give you an update from Precision Sports, on the show today, Josh Pate, friend of the show, uber talented dude from Late Kick with Josh and 24/7. He'll be with us at 10 o'clock Central Time to start hour number 2. Jacob Hester, uber talented guy, Sirius XM, from our show, friends down in New Orleans and Baton Rouge, also SEC Network. Jacob, the LSU great, will be with us at 11 o'clock. Brown will handle trash today. Rockstar has got the 4 downs. The phone lines are open at 205-734-0923, 734-0923. We'll throw out a Cowan Equipment poll question as well in the commercial break. I'm gonna do it this way. I'll come up with Nick Saban and 2 other icons, and then the next iconic college coach to retire.
I mean, I think you could throw Calipari in there.
So we'll go Calipari, Saban. We'll come up with one more, and then put another out there, and we'll make that a Cowan Equipment poll question. The news is good if you're a Mavericks fan. Before we do Precision Sports to get you back in the game, Luka worked out yesterday, so maybe he can come back and play for the Mavericks in the game tonight. Dallas and Utah, 8 o'clock NBA TV. He did some work yesterday, but at least that's a sign that maybe he comes back in this series before it's too late for Dallas there. That's something to keep an eye on. And other news going on in the injury front as we get to another spring football weekend, getting you back in the game, Precision Sports.
Yeah, they are affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health and Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations in Central Alabama, including return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. Your injury cannot wait any longer. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. Make that appointment today, 855-219-6200 or precisionsportsortho.com.
Royal Payne with an interesting question on Twitter at Next Round Live. We'll get to that. And yesterday at the end of the show, Brown was reading us a list of the winningest and losingest programs since the turn of the century in college football. I'll go back to that list, and we'll ask Brownie and Rockstar, Fortune, Lunsford, anybody wants to jump in, you guys in the chat room or on the phones, what names surprised you in the top 10 and bottom 10 of the winningest and losingest programs of this century in college football? All that as we roll forward on a live edition Thursday of the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The beautiful days of spring and summer are here. No better time to send flowers just because with our friends at Blakely's. I like Blakely's bouquets because of their unique and custom designs. And you can call them up, 205-579-4900, or get an easy link at blakeleysbouquets.com. And it's not just flowers. They've got custom-made gifts in the store right there on Oxmoor Road. It's your full-service flower shop, blakeleysbouquets.com. 205-579-4900 for Blakely's Bouquets. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Wright want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Wright is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Back with you on the Next Round, podcasted on demand, TNR on demand this week. Montana Fouts, Tom Luganville, Barrett Jones, Chris Mortensen. A lot of good softball, college football, and NFL draft. By the way, the draft 1 week from tonight. Can you... Rockstar, can you yell over in management? Can we promote where we're going to be next Thursday night yet?
I love these.
Yeah. Just yell over in the management real quick. Can we promote where we're going to be next Thursday night yet? Just to give our audience a chance.
I have a thumbs up, Jim.
Thumbs
Go ahead.
up. Next Thursday night, Baumhauer's in Vestavia on Highway 31, 5 to 7. We'll take you through the first few picks of the NFL draft. We'll be there leading up. Getting all fired up for the NFL draft 1 week from tonight. Baumhauer's, Highway 31, Vestavia. At least Brownie, me, and LT will be there. Maybe Rockstar, Lunsford, Forrester, and anyone from management that may want to swing by as well.
If Lance isn't still celebrating his birthday.
If Lance still isn't celebrating the longest birthday celebration this side of Bethlehem, that's all coming up next Thursday night, NFL draft. And big party.
Did you say this side of Bethlehem?
That's a good line. I like it.
That's a good line.
Thank you. 3 cups of coffee from our friends at Bullet on Highway 280 earlier today. NASCAR, they are rolling into Talladega this week, and we've given a ton of people a chance to go.
Oh, my gosh, you kidding me? And if you were unfortunate and didn't win one of the opportunities, we apologize. We did what we could, but you still got time to do it yourself. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, Sunday, 2 o'clock, green flag. For the Geico 500, your first chance to see that next-gen car on the super big banks at Talladega. And don't forget the garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. See all of that and buy tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO and the number 2, GO-TO-DEGA.
The way you did number 2 there, I thought you were about to get a $50,000 NBA fine there.
I got both fingers
I saw the other finger there. Gaston writes in. He's the guy with the red hot smoking wife over in the chat room. He says, Rockstar, stay above the equator. Nothing to see down there.
Dunaway's giving you bad advice. You've already made your decision anyway. Above the curtain.
I compare it to, it's a weird comparison, but the equator thing to, have you all ever heard of Space Mountain at Disney?
Ric Flair had a bit on this.
By the way, Brad writes in and says, Space Mountain, the oldest ride, longest line.
Well, everybody wants to ride it.
Yeah, you got to say, I rode Space Mountain.
Yeah.
Continuing the analogy there. All right, here's Royal Payne's question before the break.
Fire away.
Will people absolutely melt down if Nick Saban retires and taps Golding or Bill O'Brien as his successor, like we've just seen happen at North Carolina, Duke, and now Villanova?
It is so conflicting because I think the vast majority, if not all, Alabama fans are in Nick Saban we trust. Like if Nick Saban said, I mean, I don't even know what an example would be, but if Nick Saban was like, hey, I've scanned college football, we're going back to the wishbone. I think a lot of people would look at that and say, nobody else is running the wishbone, but this is Nick Saban. He's not going to screw this up, right? I mean, he's not lost his mind. The guy's still on top of his game.
Right.
So, and I think in recruiting, like, do you remember, Jim, try to remember pre-2007, what a big deal it was when Alabama got a 5-star?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if there was one, I mean, it was all we talked about over on AM 690.
Yeah, through the static, you heard us talking about the 5-star recruit. Now, Alabama fans barely pay attention to recruiting, much less get excited about getting 5 stars.
Just wait till the law shuffles out. How many did we get?
That's right.
Are we 1, 2? We're 3? Crap. We finished
season?
3rd?
I mean, they barely even pay attention to it now because why? And Nick Saban they trust, right? If Nick Saban wants the guy and signs the guy, I feel like Nick Saban can develop him and get the most out of him. It's not 100%, but those guys normally are filtered out, and you really have very rarely missed a beat because you've had to filter a guy out. So it is that conflicting thought process, right? That I trust Nick Saban in all things in my college football program, but oh my gosh, is he picking this guy to replace him? Like, I don't think Nick Saban's going to set Alabama up for failure, so I would trust Saban in that. Now, if it's O'Brien or Golding, I'm like, I didn't see that, but I don't think Nick Saban's an idiot.
Well, I mean, you just have to keep contract negotiations and draft picks away from Bill O'Brien. He's been a pretty good coach along the way, and he didn't take the Patriots job because of what he promised Nick Saban, so there's some loyalty there. Brooks says, hell no on Pete Golding and Billy O. They're trash. Good fan. Smuff, man, if Golding were to be handed that opportunity, it would either be spectacular. It would be spectacular in one way or another. It would be a Space Mountain-like ride. And speaking of which, all of you guys back working in the next round T-shirt department, much better than Fade Dunaway is Jay's line, Space Mountain is undefeated. It's a line we have on the show about
Disney's
what is
really
undefeated.
Good about, copyright stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure Disney would not mind us using Space Mountain.
Space Mountain is undefeated. You think they have that copyrighted?
No, Disney? No. Yeah. There's probably a couple things that have slipped.
They've got their hands full battling the Florida state government right now.
You haven't heard about that lately.
Yeah, that's going on.
I kind of like oldest ride, longest line. I mean, that's not bad either.
Yeah, that is. Hey, since the beginning of time. Goose wants to know if Space Mountain is actually sponsoring the show today.
You would think. With their sponsors we mentioned last. I mean,
speaking of which,
but okay, do we need to do that? Because I've got some more thoughts on this.
3 a second.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at the Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. Do you say Grand Prix or Grand Prix, Rockstar?
Grande.
They're back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union. They return to Barber Motorsports Park April the 29th through May 1st. Not this weekend, but next weekend. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time NASCAR Cup champion Jimmy Johnson. They'll battle it out at Barber Motorsports Park, thanks to our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union. And special guest Tim Tebow kicks it all off. He's the Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours right now at IndyAlabama.com, I-N-D-Y, IndyAlabama.com.
I think what Royal Pain asked is an interesting discussion, but is there anybody out there that really thinks Nick Saban has scanned the landscape and said, I think Pete Golding's the guy? I mean, I think it's somewhat of an irrelevant discussion. I mean, I don't even know, and maybe Nick Saban just doesn't feel like the guy that wants to handpick.
100%. I was going to say what I know of Nick Saban. Didn't care. Didn't really want the statue. If you guys want to put up a statue, that's fine. I don't really want to get involved in it. Unless it was helping him build the program and make it a winner, he didn't care. Once he says he's done, he's going to be done. Doesn't mean he's not going to love Alabama. It doesn't mean
he's going to want the best for it.
Yeah. It doesn't mean you're not going to want. I mean, he has worked to help LSU at times. I'm sure if Miami asked, he would have helped Miami. The guy always is willing to help, even other programs that he wasn't even at. So it's not like he will not ever come back to Tuscaloosa, but he's not the kind of guy that's going to meddle in other people's business.
No. But I do think, Jim, I mean, if one of his guys is up for the job, whoever that might be, to use this example, say Billy Napier stayed at Lafayette, didn't take the Florida job. And when Saban decides he's going to retire, Napier's up for the job. I could 100% see him going to bat and saying, this is the guy you need to hire. But does Nick Saban go to Greg Byrne and the Alabama boosters and say, hey, I'm retiring as long as you'll name Pete Golding or Bill O'Brien or whoever my successor? I don't see him play that way.
I'll retire if you'll hand it over to them. I'm going to say, well, hell no, I'm not giving it over to them because
I don't want you to retire. That's right, yeah.
I mean, so don't play that game with me.
So, no, I don't think Saban's going to play the, well, let me word it differently then. Like, hey, I've done all I can do. I'm retiring. Unless you want it to get ugly, you'll give this guy the job.
Right.
Okay? That's a totally different approach, right? And I just don't think Nick Saban would do that. Now, is Nick Saban going to go to bat for somebody? Probably. But I'm sure he's going to have multiple former guys up for this job, too.
That's right. He doesn't have just a small tree, so it'll be too many of his guys up for the job that he probably can't pick one.
Or maybe not even his guys, but guys he's grown to know and like in the coaching profession. Like Brian Kelly picked the phone up and called Nick Saban about the LSU job. How many guys are out there, do you think, that have that type of relationship with Nick Saban that are like, I know I'm going to get an honest answer from him, and I'm going to go with his wisdom on this situation? Well, those are the types of guys that if they're up for this job, Nick Saban would probably go to bat for because he respects those guys.
But speaking of copywriting, you never know what's copyrighted. I feel like this one's already copyrighted, but Florida this week is trying to copyright a Billy Napier phrase that he's been doing since he arrived down in Gainesville. And that phrase is very simple. Scared money don't make money. Scared money don't make money. And Florida has officially applied for the trademark of that phrase. Scared money don't make money.
Which is weird because the first time he said it. It's not the first time it's ever been said.
Right.
But the first time he said it was as a Lafayette coach leaving the field at halftime.
Right.
Like he didn't even, the first time he said, it's not like he invented it when he got to Florida. It's a little bit of the row the boat. Remember, Fleck used row the boat at Western Michigan, and when he left, there was some back and forth on whether or not he could take that with him to Minnesota. But they're obviously.
Yeah, but like Dabo the Roy bus and some of the things Dabo has said, those have been very unique.
Right.
BYOG, bring your own guts.
Right.
Scared money don't make money. I mean, Lunsford's a big gambler. Lunsford, you've heard that phrase forever, haven't you?
Got an emphatic yes.
Yes. Lunsford's not a first-hour guy.
What's he doing tomorrow?
Yeah, tune in for the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow.
Got to get coffee in him tomorrow. Takes a while to get the engine rolling for Lunsford there. Got to let that thing idle a bit.
But I don't even know. I would not be able to tell you who the first person to say it was.
No, but it seems
it's been in songs. I don't know who created it.
No, absolutely, it's a rap song for sure. Scare money, don't make money. But if I had to guess, just off top, and I would say Matthew McConaughey in that movie where he was a gambler, where he was
Two for the Money.
He was a guy that would come on TV. It was it who was?
I think it was Pacino. Wasn't it?
Right? Ran an old television show where basically they gave the lines out. And then they would take the bets illegally, but they were a real show where they did the lines. And he came on and got on a heater. And scared money don't make money. I would say that's where that phrase came from.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but it is interesting. They're trying to capitalize on this saying, and I guess that's going to be his thing. His row the boat is scared money don't make money.
Yeah,
that's going to be his row the boat.
What they need to do?
What?
Bless the mood. Bless the mood. Come on, Nick. Come on, you two.
Yeah, you can do it. Bless the mood. That's McConaughey yesterday. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation on college football. Back to our end of the show conversation yesterday in the final hour. All that discussion in the first 40 minutes all came from Rockstar's wife, Nancy, being induced on Sunday. A conversation about my favorite Wright and Jay Wright retiring. And the show is being brought to you today by our friends at Bud Light Next. If you're looking for what is next when it comes to refreshment this spring and summer on the golf course, the lake, the beach, at the pool, you can find it with our friends at Bud Light. They've introduced the next generation of light beer. It's Bud Light Next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. I'll say that again for effect. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Bud Light Next. Light body, super crisp taste for easy drinking. It is Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer. More college football coming up next as you enjoy that beautiful can of Bud Light Next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Will says that's like trying to patent does a bear bleep in the woods. Yep. Yes. That's one of those sayings. One of those sayings I've heard a long, long time, right?
Yeah, I don't even know where it comes from. I'm sure there's an origin of scare money, don't make money, but I've never seen it.
Hey, congratulations over at Jack Steak. Clarence Doggett, is that how you say the name?
Doggett.
Donated $500,000 for new locker rooms as they expand a football build-out over there. The new locker room will be DAUG, the Dog House.
Oh,
the Dog House over there.
I like that.
For the Gamecocks, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Ribbon cutting yesterday as well down on the south side for UAB's basketball practice facility. They cut the ribbon on that. 2 full courts for the men and women offices and everything. So basketball building out at UAB, congratulations to them. And if you've got things going on in your life when things aren't running right, like plumbing, cooling, or heating, remember the name we've trusted for years. It is Hemphill Services. Adam and Chad, the coaches over there, their teams are always on top. We trust them to fix it right, fix it the first time, and do it at a fair price. So for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemphill Services. You can call them up right now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill when you have a plumbing, cooling, or heating problem, Hemphill Services. Josh Pate joins us to talk college football. At the top of the hour, he's got this thing going on now where he's asking his viewers and listeners to send him bold predictions. We roll that all into one show. He takes a bold prediction or two and makes big topics out of his show and does that for the next few weeks. We'll talk to Josh about some of those bold predictions coming up at the top of the hour. Brownie, I wanted to go back to our final topic in the final segment yesterday.
All right.
Where was it? It was on 3 Sports,
Mike
right?
Huguenin? Yep.
Yeah. And he gave us the winningest and losingest programs of this century. And I think I want to approach this. You read the 10 that are the winningest and the 10. Okay. Let's go winningest first. Give me the 10 winningest. And I want to talk about the ones that surprise us that are not in the 10.
Okay, you want to go 10 to 1 or 1 to 10? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Number 1 is Ohio State, 235. Now, this is by win percentage, by the way. For instance, Oklahoma's got more wins, but by win percentage. Ohio State 1.
Okay.
Oklahoma 2. Alabama 3. Georgia 4.
Okay.
LSU 5.
Yep.
I think it's tough to play in the SEC 3, 4, and 5. Clemson 6. Oregon 7. USC 8. Wisconsin 9, and Texas Christian 10.
TCU 10 was the big surprise
That was
there.
a surprise to me, yeah. I mean, you forget, because they've fallen off a little bit and Gary Patterson retired, how dominant Gary Patterson was on the front end of this century.
So you look at those names, and instantly the first one that pops out to me, you got Oklahoma in there, and oh, by the way, you snuck a TCU in the back door. Where's Texas?
That's right, not there
as a winning. But if you follow Texas football over the last 21 seasons, there is no surprise there that they're not there. They've been going through coaches left and right.
They've won a national championship, played for another, but they've also been a carousel of coaches, and just nobody has latched on and won there. And it should be noted, by the way, these are Power 5,
right?
Because a lot of people ask where's Boise and stuff like that, but this is Power 5. But yeah, Texas isn't. There are a couple of obvious ones that are not in there. Texas is certainly one of them. You'd be like, how could they, in any 20-year period, not be among the 10 winningest programs in college football?
So Gary Patterson, who's now working in an off-the-field role at Texas, maybe he can teach them a thing or two about winning there with talking the crew in Austin. And then, okay, I've got Ohio State, and I've got Wisconsin. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to initially say, okay, where's Michigan?
That's right.
Why is Michigan not there?
I think Penn State as well. I mean, I think you could ask that question about Penn State. Now, obviously, you know the answer why Penn State is not there, because Joe Paterno was limping to the end of his career already. Then you had all the off-field stuff that, hamstrung them for so long, and Bill O'Brien tried to build them out, and James Franklin's trying to keep building them out.
Now, I'm also surprised, more than Michigan, more than Penn State, and more than Texas, is there's no Notre Dame on that list.
Okay, that's not the most surprising one to me, but they're not there.
It's not why I don't have It's not why I have a Notre Dame shirt on.
You were getting beat up early for that.
I've got a Notre Dame shirt on because I have over 100 team T-shirts, and Notre Dame is one of them.
Humble brag.
I like college T-shirts. I hope my dad's not watching, because he'll call and cuss me out, or get mom to text me and cuss me out, because there's no way a Dunaway from the mud puddle in Alabaster should be wearing a Notre Dame T-shirt.
It is rather remarkable. I mean, this is quite an arc for you to be wearing a Notre Dame shirt. It is a good-looking shirt, though. I'll give you credit. I like the shirt.
Can I tell you, this is the cheapest T-shirt I own.
It's a Champion. Is that what you mean?
$1.50 at the thrift store.
You're a rock star all of a sudden. You're thrift store shopping?
Yeah,
I haven't been to a thrift store in a long time. I'm a big fan.
Last summer, I guess the Golden Domer gave up and gave away one of his T-shirts, but I was going through the thrift store. I got one of these and a Rutgers T-shirt.
It looks brand new, really. Yeah. It looks like somebody was given that. It's like, I ain't wearing a Notre Dame shirt.
Yeah, it's probably like a gag gift, and I'm just going to give it up.
Straight to vapor.
Yeah, so that's how I got this one, and I spent $1.50 on a Rutgers.
So $3, you got 2 shirts. Yeah. I haven't seen the Rutgers one yet, but the Notre Dame one was really.
Is there a school you won't wear?
I think this answers your question.
Yeah. I
will not support Cornell.
Draw the line somewhere.
I almost wore another shirt today, an Oregon State shirt, but I didn't want to wear it until LT's here.
It's got a lot to do with the beeve.
That's right. The old mascot's going to be your key there, Rockstar. Florida is not in this.
That surprises you.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider that this includes the tail end of Steve Spurrier, right? What year? What was his last year?
I would say 2001.
2001, 2002.
Yeah.
And all of Urban Meyer.
2 national championship teams.
Yeah. It's remarkable that Zook, Muschamp, and Mullen were so bad that it drug down what Spurrier and Urban Meyer accomplished, to the point that they're not even, when you consider winning percentage, among the top 10 winningest programs of the century. Not only that are they not done away, but 3 conference rivals are Alabama, Georgia, LSU.
Which surprises you more, Florida, Texas, Notre Dame, Michigan, or Penn State? Florida does?
Only because I know the coaches that were there. I know this is tail end of Spurrier and all of Urban Meyer. You got to be pretty bad outside of that to drag it down that much that you can't get in the top 10 in winning percentage.
Okay, tell me about Cowan Equipment. We've got a poll question out. We'll make that a poll question, too. Which one of these surprises you the most? The other poll question I have, with Jay Wright stepping down, is which national championship coach do you think steps down next? Nick Saban, John Calipari, Dabo Swinney, or other? You can go vote on that. The other ones we throw out at Next Round Live on Twitter.
Yeah, and I left out McElwain, by the way, is one of the Florida coaches, too. Having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment? Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from Cowan's rental fleet. It is all for sale now. Cowan.com/featured used equipment. or call 800-239-COWAN, 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Brooks does something a lot of people do. Notre Dame's not in a Power 5 conference, but they are a Power 5 team.
Yes, they are part of this.
Rex says, watching us over on Twitch, that I professionally restored this T-shirt right here.
Rex did, or you did?
I guess that's what he's talking about, the Notre Dame T-shirt. I professionally restored this T-shirt, bringing it back out of
that's a good T-shirt.
The thrift store there.
Good T-shirt.
JM Dog, McElwain 2, and the others. Ron Zook also left in that time.
I said Zook, yeah. But, I mean, Zook, McElwain, Muschamp, and Dan Mullen drug down Urban Meyer and Steve Spurrier. That was really hard to do because Spurrier, and it was just the tail end of Spurrier, obviously, but they were so good.
College football coming up next with Josh Pate. We'll talk about that. Also, don't forget that you've got an opportunity with a day off for the Braves to maybe watch some other baseball. That includes an afternoon couple of games on the Major League Baseball Network. You got Yankees and Tigers. You can catch the final getaway game of Giants and Mets as well. Kennesaw State and Auburn played last night. We'll get back into some SEC baseball, including rivalry weekend over in Oxford. Mississippi State and Ole Miss start their 3-game series tonight, 6 o'clock over in Oxford. Tickets are scarce for that. But as we head to break here, I will tell you USFL action comes back tomorrow night. Michigan and New Jersey, 7 o'clock at Protective Stadium tomorrow night. Next Birmingham game, Saturday night, 6 o'clock, right there against Houston. That is 6 o'clock on Saturday night. You can get tickets as well. And remember, 15 and under free for the USFL games. Josh Pate's next. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Wright.
Yeah, wherever you are listening to us, chances are our friends at Mortgage Wright can help you. They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home. With Mortgage Wright, it does not have to be a hassle. They give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. And MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender Josh Pate talks college football next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Drytech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Drytech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Drytech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the poor boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
NASCAR World over at Talladega coming up this weekend. We've been giving away tickets all week. If you had a chance to win that, go check your DM box. Make sure you've got your tickets ready to go. We've got all the USFL games starting again tomorrow night, going all weekend down at Protective Stadium. And don't forget, 1 week from tonight, we'll be at Baumhauer's Vestavia location, right there on Highway 31 in Vestavia for a live extra show, 5 to 7, to get you going for the NFL Draft 1 week from tonight. Before we get to the one and only Josh Pate, our look ahead there brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Find out if LASIK is right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision 969-8100 or visit michelsonlaservision.com. 969-8100, michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark and Jen Michelson can change your life forever. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com. Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Late kick Josh, same old 24/7 Sports. Welcome in, Josh. How are you?
Terrible. I just got an eyelash in my eye about 30 seconds before we went on. I used to think coughing or like sneezing on air was my biggest fear. This, crying while I talk to you two, that is actually my biggest fear. So we'll push through.
I don't know how this works, but like yesterday, for probably the last 5 to 6 hours of the day, I felt like I had something in my left eye, right? And I did the old, you raise your eyebrow, you look around in the mirror, couldn't find anything. So I just go to sleep. This morning, it's fine. I mean, how does that work? There was clearly something in my eye and it just disappeared overnight.
It's not an old guy problem, though. I mean, 15-year-olds could theoretically deal with this. I just don't ever remember it happening when I was 15.
Yeah, but you're crying and you're dressed in a black T-shirt today. What's up, Josh? Should we call a helpline, or is everything fine? Or these bold predictions on your show, they've got you going down a dark path right now? I love this part of the year where we do these bold predictions, and I love what you do with them. We roll them all into 1 4-hour show, but you spread them out. The one that caught my attention, boy, I tell you, there's things you can count on. Allergy season, then it turns into the Masters, then we do these spring games, and then we have people saying that Texas is going to be really good at football. I saw you have to answer the bold prediction. Can Sark's Texas offense be the most prolific in college football this year? Bold prediction. Can that happen?
Okay. The answer is obviously like an asteroid landing in Pelham today. Yes, it can happen. Now, here's our social media department did. I've been on the phone with them frequently over the past 24 hours. They took that one little quote and they packaged it up and they put it out there, and all of a sudden I just predicted Texas to have the top scoring offense in the country next year. That's not quite what your boy here said. What I said in response to someone who asked if it was possible, I said, well, they did have statistically a top 10 scoring offense last year. So if I add Quinn Ewers and all this wide receiver and like transfer portal addition by addition, I guess you would call it, if all it pans out, yeah, it's not out of the total realm of possibility they could. What I should have done, and what I will do on tonight's show, is I'll just put percentages on everything, and I'll put like 5 or 10%. That way they cannot possibly bastardize my quotes anymore, and I don't have to deal with, let's just say, assistant coaches from Ohio State calling me insane. Let's say that happened.
Yes.
I mean, Josh, they were 18th in the country last year, 35 a game. Ohio State led with 45 a game. It's not that insane to think a better quarterback, more weapons. I don't know what Billingsley or Ajay Hall can do at Texas. I don't know how much they'll even get to play. Bijan Robinson's a really good running back. It's not crazy to think an offense could add 10 points a game. I mean, it's not an insane prediction.
We did 10 of them the other night. It wasn't even one of the 7 most insane things that people suggested. Just to give you an idea of how off the rails Tuesday night show went. Yeah, I didn't even think this was going to be controversial. That ended up being the one that popped off the most, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you, though, that Quinn Ewers is a better quarterback. You don't know that,
than Hudson
do you?
Card?
You don't know that yet, do you? You don't know if Quinn Ewers can take this offense to anywhere else that it hasn't already been. We don't know what we have in Quinn Ewers. We know what we have in C.J. Stroud.
Right. Well, that's why it's all theoretical, obviously. What I'm thinking is, all right, who do I have out there? Steve Sarkisian. What's the one proven commodity in his toolbox? It is developing the quarterback position. At least I've seen him do that. So if I've got a guy whose tools I believe in Quinn Ewers, and I've got a guy who's shown the ability to shape and fashion those tools in Steve Sarkisian, listen, they may still give up 50 points a game for all I know. At least I think I can count on them to score points. So that was the road I went down.
Can you tell me one of the more crazier of the other 7 you mentioned, bold prediction? Give me the one that made your eyelashes fall into your eyeballs.
Well, I thought it was completely outside the realm of believability that Georgia will have an offensive player as a Heisman finalist. Someone came at me with Brock Bowers, and here's where you have to really qualify your responses. We all have seen Brock Bowers play. That's the tight end for Georgia. For the 3 or 4 unfamiliar who that is, he's great. He's a phenomenal player. He had, I think, 800 or so, between 800 and 900 receiving yards last year. Someone came at me and said, if Brock Bowers plays like he did last year, I don't see how he's not in Heisman consideration. Okay. So what you don't do is you don't say, oh, Brock Bowers sucks. There's no way he's going to New York. It's not that. He's a very good player. What you have to do is you have to use history as your guide. The last receiver we've seen win that award is obviously Devontae Smith. Devontae Smith, in 2 fewer games than Brock Bowers played last year, had about 1,000 more receiving yards than Brock Bowers did. So I hate to say it, but the level of play Brock Bowers gave you last year, it's nowhere remotely close to being considered for his position, a guy at his position going to New York City. You can still have a great season and play within the scheme that Georgia obviously has found to work and not end up in New York City. Listen, the best player in college football didn't even become a finalist last year. His name's Will Anderson. I hope more people have him on their radar this year, but you can be good and still not make it to New York. You had the usual Saban's going to retire after this year stuff. You had South Carolina winning the East. There were a lot of things thrown at me the other night.
You know, and the other thing, Josh Pate is with us, 24/7 Sports, at Late Kick Josh. If you want to follow him on Twitter, we suggest you do that. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Just to expand on that point, Devontae Smith was also making spectacular wide receiver catches, which is what you have to do to win the Heisman. You have to have spectacular plays. Brock Bowers is a spectacular player, but we can call him whatever we want. He makes tight end catches. I mean, he may line up like a receiver in the slot, whatever, but he's making tight end catches. And it shouldn't be this way, but those are not the things that win you the Heisman.
No, I've always hated the phrase Heisman moment.
Me too.
But I'm not opposed. I get how it has to work, apparently. But you're right about that. And also, like, I would argue, if Kirby Smart decided today, you know what, my sole mission in 2022, I got the title in 21. My sole mission is to have an offense wherein we get a guy to New York City. It would probably happen en route to them losing 2 games. Like, I think Georgia would have to actually lose their way as a program to have the kind of offense on the field that gets one guy statistically to the point where he's a Heisman finalist. I know that sounds like it doesn't make sense to a casual fan. To someone who watches Georgia, it probably makes perfect sense.
Josh Pate is with us. I've just started the series Severance on Apple TV. If I was doing an interview with anyone in the Severance series on my show, it would be Josh. There's nothing behind him. It's very clean. It's generic. I mean, this is very, very futuristic. Talking to our man Josh here.
Let me take a sip out of my very generic coffee.
I mean, my goodness.
On brand.
I mean,
yeah.
There's not a day I don't have 6 logos on. We do 36 in-show commercials. You come on here, and you are like the 38th car in a NASCAR race, just happy to be there trying to find sponsorship for the weekend. It looks good there. I like clean look. He's giving nothing away here. If you want to be in Josh's shot, you got to pay the man some money and get in Josh's shot when he does these hits all over America. The question I wanted to ask, as I, at my age now in mid-50s, try to remember what that is after that long rant right there. I wanted to ask you about the LSU job, the spring game this weekend. What is Brian Kelly's success level? What does he do this year that makes you say that was a successful first season?
We've got this question actually in our mailbag for tonight. Someone asked about Harsin, Heupel, Beamer in their second years, but they asked about Brian Kelly too. So this is show prep for me. I appreciate it, Dunaway. I think there's a chance, since you have to have such a cultural tilling of the soil down there this year, there's a chance that they have to go backwards to go forwards. I know a lot of people are looking at the Jaden Daniels transfer, and everyone just assumes LSU has a top 5 roster. I mistakenly said that last year. I was called on it. They were right. I was wrong. They didn't have a top 5 roster last year. Attrition's hit them pretty hard. I think some of their position groups have been underdeveloped by the previous staff. So anyway, normally a staff goes out the door because they didn't do a good enough job. We don't need to dwell on that. When a new staff comes in, normally it's to counter. It's to 180 approach it from whatever didn't work. And that's exactly what they're doing at LSU. Well, remember when Saban came to Alabama his first year, they lose to Louisiana Monroe. I've spoken to you guys about this before. My single favorite press conference from Saban was the Monday following UL Monroe, because everyone wanted to ask him, when are we going to win? When are you going to win? And he started wagging the finger at him saying, you're worried about winning instead of doing what it takes to win. I could easily see that kind of situation playing out for Brian Kelly this year, where he has to wag the finger at the folks down there because all they want to know is, when are we going to win? The recruiting industry says we have players. When are we going to win? Well, we got to know how to win and win the way that I want to, because you brought me here. You hired me as head coach. It may very well be that through the common prism, you look at LSU this year and it looks like they're taking steps back. It could be that they're taking cultural steps forward. It's just that, they gotta prune a little bit. Sometimes you gotta prune.
Josh, perhaps it was always Lincoln Riley's plan to write an apology letter in the Players Tribune months after he took the job, or it was because his former quarterback described it as a toxic situation. Which one is true, or is there some truth in the middle? Obviously, Spencer Rattler and Lincoln Riley are not going to send each other Christmas cards, I don't think. But, boy, that seemed like some weird timing to write the apology letter.
Is this not the greatest thing? So Spencer Rattler, about every week and a half, has had a new headline, whether it's I've learned more here in 1 week than I did my entire time at Oklahoma. It's just nice to be in a toxic-free environment. It's one of the more high-profile breakups since J-Lo and Ben the first time they got back together. Lincoln and Spencer Rattler getting back together. To answer your question, I don't think that on Lincoln Riley's to-do list when he landed in L.A. was pen apology letter to Players Tribune right before the spring game. I don't think that was on his to-do list. Now, having said that, it probably became necessary because he's got a guy over on the other coast at the other USC trashing him relentlessly. And so he's got to fight back. We've all seen Mean Girls. We understand what happens when you don't fight back. And if we don't understand that, I would advise you call in sick the rest of the day and go rent Mean Girls.
Not a bad way to spend a overcast day here in the South. All right, so we're winding down on spring football, and we'll get into those countdown to media days, which will be happening pretty soon. Do you, as a fan of college athletics, do you get caught up in the NFL draft 1 week from tonight to see the guys who are leaving the sport we love so much to go to the next level? Do you enjoy the draft at all?
I do enjoy the draft. I'm kind of looking off in the distance here instead of making eye contact with you because that's how I feel. It's a very melancholy night for me because I do not view the NFL as the top rung of the ladder in my particular fandom. College football is the top rung of the ladder. That's where I send those guys off. I'm like a father watching the son head off to college, and unbeknownst to me, he's actually going to the pros, not college. But I don't get caught up in it. My world does not revolve around it. I have not spent any time on our show talking about it. Management came to me yesterday and made the mistake of asking me if I want to host a draft special next Friday night instead of telling me I'm going to, and I shot it down. And so now they're attempting to now tell me that I have to. So that's been a really fun 48 hours here. I can't tell you what the top 10 order is. I know the players, obviously. I know their backstories, probably knew them when they were in 10th grade. But no, like you guys are into this probably far more than me, correct? Like you guys have spent a fair amount of time talking about this.
Well, Lance does. Brown, we mention it, yes.
I mean, for one thing in this state, it fills a little less because Alabama's not going to fill it up.
That's right.
As they have. So I think it's going to lack a little bit. I mean, if you look at TV ratings, traditionally Birmingham has done very well in the TV ratings for the NFL draft. A lot of that is because it's been, Alabama player. You're not going to see that as much this year. So I do think there'll be less interest locally here for it.
Yeah, it's sort of a slap in the face. It's a reminder that Alabama lost the national championship game because it's going to be a Georgia player, somebody else, a Georgia player, somebody else, a Georgia player, somebody else, an Alabama player, a Georgia player. And it'll be like, oh, man, that's right. They lost the game. We've talked about it, but not as much.
I got my hand up here. So Nashville's hosted the draft. They brought it to Cleveland, I think. It's in Vegas this year. But yeah, you're right. Birmingham is always a dependable top-tier market for the NFL. If, in an alternate universe, they ever have the draft in Birmingham, where exactly are they holding that thing at?
Probably the new development downtown Uptown and Protective Stadium, Uptown and Protective Stadium. In that area somewhere, I think they would do it.
It looks horrible on television in the other games. But we just put 17,100 people in to watch a startup league last. Was it Saturday night?
Saturday night before
last
Easter.
Saturday night.
With rain.
Then they came on Sunday and played 3 games with teams named Houston and other cities, and everyone was bashing Birmingham because there was nobody in the stands. I mean, when you call one team Birmingham and you call the other 7 teams by another name, I don't know how many people you think would go watch those games. I don't know what they're going to do with those other games. But if we can put 17,100 people to watch the first USFL game, not even knowing what it's going to look like, I think we probably could pack a stadium in a city street, not like Nashville, which I think will always be the GOAT, the one you try to emulate.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. But you know this, Josh. Nashville's a good one-off event. Birmingham is a good one-off event town. We are really good about these random events coming in and turning out for it. where, if you had to do it every 10 years or once a year every 10 years, you probably wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I grew up a pro wrestling fan, and that terminology, that one-off event town, I used to hear that all the time. There's some markets like New York City. It's dependable. You can be in there every 6 months. The makeup is different in a market like Birmingham. Memphis is that kind of market too. But you can one-off it, and you could make that place look like Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve if you want to.
That's right. You're a big wrestling fan growing up. Dunaway was quoting Ric Flair earlier in the show.
I have to apologize to him, actually, because I was one of the guilty parties lighting up the I, Ryan over there. And I did not fully know if Dunaway was aware of the innuendo and metaphor that he was weaving throughout his commentary there. But typical master fashion there. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Everybody likes to ride Space Mountain, man.
Okay.
The dirtiest host in the game right there.
All right, here's Josh Pate. Watch him tonight. Plenty of college football coming up at 24/7 Sports. Late Kick Josh on Twitter is where you go to follow him. Thank you, Josh. Have a great weekend.
I'll see you guys. Appreciate it.
That's 20 years of terrestrial radio of still saying things and people knowing what you're saying is what that is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, Josh was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. Always good to catch up with Josh there. One of the brightest guys when it comes to entertaining college football conversation. Our friends at Bromberg's getting ready for Mother's Day, not this weekend, but coming up very soon. Bromberg's can be the gift for that. It can be the anniversary gift. Are you going to pop the question? Bromberg's always perfect for that.
Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. And they've got an extensive giftware department as well for the brides and grooms in our area. See our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit, and view their store online, brombergs.com.
Boy, I hope our buddy Jim Nagy is listening down in Mobile this morning or wherever his travels take him on the Next Round app, or maybe he's watching us on YouTube, listening on TuneIn or Twitch or wherever he gets us on, what do we have now, 12 different platforms. You can pick up the show live or on replay. This Hall of Fame class they announced
at the Senior Bowl?
For the Senior Bowl, the 2022 class, it includes Phillip Rivers,
NC State,
who's back coaching down there, but Phillip Rivers made some money during his time as the Senior Bowl.
Also going into the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame in a couple of weeks, so he's on the Hall of Fame tour.
Are you hosting that
I am
again?
emceeing that,
All right, looking forward to that. Kevin Falk going into the Senior Bowl Hall of Fame.
One of the best, most underrated running backs in SEC history.
In SEC history. Go check out Kevin Falk's
His numbers
stats.
are crazy on bad teams.
Patrick Willis going into the Hall of Fame.
I don't think I need to say anything about the Ole Miss linebacker.
One of the best to ever do it. Von Miller going into the Senior Bowl Hall of Fame.
Kind of an SEC player. He was that transition time for Texas A&M, but obviously phenomenal.
Yeah, but a Senior Bowl guy. And then a guy we like to call Dak Prescott, who made cash in his time down at Mobile. They slipped to the 3rd round, but they still saw enough of him and said, hey, let's get this guy. And they turned the team over thanks to some injuries in Dak Prescott. Phillip Rivers, Dak Prescott, Kevin Falk, Von Miller, Patrick Willis. That's a heck of a Senior Bowl Hall of Fame class.
SEC heavy, too. A lot of SEC names in that group.
That's how you pack the ballroom down in Fairhope. All right. That's the Hall of Fame.
Hometown guy and a bunch of SEC guys.
That's
right.
Hey, Sympio will get your business, HR, benefits, whatever you need to do, whether you're a startup like we are, or how long can we call ourselves a startup, by the way?
Yeah. What does that last?
Is there a timestamp on that?
June 16th, we have to quit.
I will say 10 and a half months.
10 and a half. All right. Yeah. Do the math.
We're a startup, much like Rockstar is about to be a startup as a father. We're a startup right now as a company. First thing we called Sympio.
One of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. They handle the 4 pillars you don't want to deal with: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits, right? That's all the mess you would like to get off your plate when you're a startup. Sympio does it for you. They've done it for us. We can vouch for how amazing they are. Get on board with Sympio today, no matter the size of your company. SIMPEO, Sympio.com, or 205-635-7467 for Sympio.
All right. I got to lose 9 more pounds before my pool opens up in mid-May.
Geez.
Thanks to my friends at Way to Wellness. About to have a little snack. What's Forrester eating back there today? What snack bar did you have today, Forrester? He's reaching into the bag. Mine is...
He's going with the old fluffy nutter.
The old fluffy nutter.
You asked, Jim.
Caramel cocoa bar for me today. I'm about to sample that with my 3rd cup of coffee. All that's coming up right here on the Next Round. Rockstar's viewing menu is just around the corner.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on The Next Round. How long can we call ourselves a startup? Brooks says, how long can you say newlyweds? That's probably the same time frame
that's a good
there.
question. A year, I think, on newlyweds.
Well, how long can you say a baby he's 29 months old. He's
Yeah, I've never
37
understood
months
that,
old.
Yeah, well, that's up to Mama on that one. Carrie says, I'd say y'all can keep calling yourself a startup until you start selling equity to a larger media company.
Well, that could happen tomorrow.
Well, then we're not a startup anymore.
You've got that meeting on your calendar,
Yeah,
right?
we're an acquisition at that point. We're property at that point.
You say it Amazon or is it Amazon? I'm not sure who said
It's
it.
Quibi.
Quibi.
Hey, interesting. Our buddy James Crapia, who used to cover Auburn, is now out covering Oregon. I've got a variety of different NCAA rules that are being changed. One of those is about the Kenny Pickett rule. Another one is about targeting. And then there's one that some people want changed about recruiting. We'll get to all that after Rockstar tells us about his viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, they bring you the new T-shirt ideas. You can submit those. Go to nextroundlive.com and check out New Life Art's amazing work. Daniel Moore's been doing it for years, bringing you memorable sports moments. Daniel A. Moore, for more than 40 years, by the way. 800-735-2787 or DanielMooreArt.com. Participate in that great T-shirt contest. You guys have sent some amazing ideas, and we'll unveil another one soon. Scott's showing it to you if you're watching us on video right now. Nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com, or Rockstar.
This HBO Max is premiering tonight, the second season of The Flight Attendant. I think Lunsford's the only one here that's watched it with Kaylee Cuoco, and I think they're also putting it on TBS, which I don't understand how that works.
But I'm confused. Is it the second season, or is this just the first season that is now
reimagined?
No, it's coming out on TBS.
They say it's season 2.
Okay.
So I don't think they could repackage it as season 1.
So what's the premise behind this?
Oh, she's a flight attendant who
gathered that.
Enjoys drinking and hooking up with passengers, and she wakes up next to a passenger who is a bloody mess, and then chaos ensues. She doesn't remember anything of the night.
Oh, my.
But it's also supposed to be like a dark comedy as well, correct?
Oh, it's humorous, yeah.
Okay.
You know, something like that, real quick, Rockstar, not to interrupt, but something like that is incredible to me, has made it as long as it has, is Snowpiercer on TNT. Have you?
It's a great film.
Yeah.
With Chris Evans, but
I've never seen the film.
But
Boy, that
Jennifer
series,
Connelly in the
I've
series.
Never once watched it, but it's always such an intriguing
It
promo.
really is.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
if you watch the film is really, really good.
Okay.
Which inspired
I may
the
go
show.
watch the film, yeah.
And like, how long is the train?
It's forever.
It just keeps going, man.
Yeah.
It never stops. I don't know.
No,
how
not the train, but the actual length of the train. How
I
many
don't know.
cars?
It's classes. All the first class are in front, and then all the poor people are in the back.
But
And you love what they get to eat.
There's some very large cars in that train that don't really match up with what it looks like, you know?
Yeah. Seems a little wider than the tracks.
I would agree.
It's a big room.
And then 10:35 tonight on CBS on Late Show with Stephen Colbert, one of TV's greatest, cutest, most lovable couples will be on tonight together.
Desi and Lucy?
They're both dead.
Marty and Wendy Bird.
Oh.
Jason Bateman and Laura Linney will be on Stephen Colbert tonight.
Because next week is
I think it's next Friday.
Yeah.
Do you think, I can't wait for that. Do you think Laura Linney, and I cannot remember the actress's name that played Skylar, Anna Gunn. Do you think Laura Linney is reaching Anna Gunn territory? Do you think she's as disliked as Anna Gunn was as Skylar?
No, because Anna Gunn just quit caring about Walter and just quit caring about everything. And then
I think Wendy Bird only cares about Wendy Bird.
Yeah, but Wendy Bird is also getting into like, I want to one up my husband. I want to be in control. Like I think Anna Gunn was Skylar was at least kind of distance herself and take care of her child.
Yeah.
Wendy wants to take over the cartel.
Like Laura Linney, I mean, she's one of the best actresses on that show, no doubt. I mean, her part is phenomenal, but she's, to me, the least likable person on that show.
Yeah. She is definitely turning into that with the final 4 episodes.
I think it's
6, I think.
I think it's 6 or 8.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually,
final few episodes coming up. We've got a podcast at Mystery Fifth Hour. If you want to go check that out on the spoiler alert from the first half of the final season, we'll send that out again, a re-release, if you will, of that Mystery Fifth Hour before the final part drops. Anything else?
Well, I was just going to say maybe Javier I like him less than I like Wendy Bird.
What sucks is I'm going to have to probably watch the last 2 episodes just to kind of
refresh your
myself.
memory.
I have to do that
Yeah.
with Better Call Saul because it's been so long.
All right. As we move forward here, part of our show brought to you by our friends at Nichols, and then we'll jump into some of these rule changes, and you'll hear from Dan Lanning on unlimited official visit for recruits. And we'll get Brown's thoughts on that after he tells us how to be fitted for the outside.
Hey, if you got a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle, shotgun you don't use anymore, Nichols Outfitters may just be interested in purchasing it from you. It's a great deal, right? Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago, but you still got the old one. Don't hang on to it. Let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by, talk to the team at Nichols, and see what you can get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 off I-65 in Pelham.
Okay, don't play it yet. Just show me the video that is frozen up there on our cue screen. Dan Lanning arrested last night.
That's an interrogation.
I mean, tell me where you were Saturday at 2 o'clock.
I was at Austin Stadium. I promise I
didn't do it. Nice lighting there for Dan Lanning. Mood lighting out at Eugene, Oregon for the news conference. All right, now, several rule changes that are been sent to the NCAA Rules Committee to be approved. Before that, though, there are a number of people that would like to see recruits have unlimited official visits. How do you feel about that?
I mean, all right, so I'm sure there is a good reason. That's an assumption by me that the NCAA does anything for a good reason, but I'm sure they could give a defense of why it has never been the case. And you're like, okay, I see now. Oregon's got an advantage over, Troy, to use an example. All right. However, if you step back and look at it from the outside, why would you not want to give a player every possible opportunity to make the right decision in life, right?
That's right. And not have to spend his own money to go back a second or third time.
Yeah. For instance, I'll give you a great example on this. I'm off tomorrow because my daughter is touring a campus. My wife and I are taking my oldest daughter to tour a campus. This will be the only time she's ever on that campus. She may fall in love with it. Or she may come back home and say, gosh, I wish I had seen this. I wish I'd done this. I wish I'd done this. Now, we can drive her back to this campus at some point. But if I'm a recruit in Texas, how am I going to get back to Oregon, right?
Yeah. You have to pay your own dime to go a second or third time. So here's Dan Lanning answering the question from James Crapia.
They were going to vote on it last week, but it's been tabled for another week or two. But the proposal to have unlimited official visits, would you be in favor or against that idea? And if you're in favor of it, how do you want to how would you go about implementing it here?
I'm in favor of seeing my family every once in a while. Right? So if we have unlimited official visits, I'll be the first coach to say, hey, it would be okay if we could every once in a while see my wife and kids. Right? And I think every other coach would say the same thing. I want to get kids here as much as possible on campus. We're going to do that. We're going to use every rule that we can to get players here, and it certainly makes sense for players to be able to have the opportunity to go see places that they're interested in being. Right, but on the same note, it'd be nice to be able to hang out with my crew every once in a while.
See, there's the side of it I didn't even think about.
That's right.
You and I were just now talking. I'm sure the coaches, I don't think the coaches like these 2 signing days at all.
No, and you see what we saw last year with what Brian Kelly had to do. He had to leave and take the LSU job while there was still a chance Notre Dame could be a playoff team.
Yeah.
And you saw Lincoln Riley right after the disaster, heartbreaking loss that knocked them out of the playoff contention, and then 12 hours later, he's basically talking and taking the USC job. All those were fast-paced because of the early signing period. To me, the early signing period, if it's going to be called early, should be in August or July before the upcoming season, and then do it at the normal time. Early signing period December and then doing another one in February doesn't make sense to me.
And some people will say, wow, you're making $5 million a year to coach Oregon. Well, you're the same people that would criticize that guy if he abandoned his wife and kids in Athens to take the Oregon job for $5 million.
Yep.
So that seems like a conflicting position.
And you want him to be there hosting recruits every weekend and not being with his wife and kids. But meanwhile, if he starts spending time with his wife and kids and they lose a game, you're going to be like, oh.
That's right. Yeah. So there's no win for those guys in that.
Absolutely.
I completely see his side of it there. And I had not even thought about that. I had not thought the impact it would have on the coaches.
Okay, much bigger rule changes being voted on here. Nicole Auerbach reporting the NCAA Football Rules Committee considered several in-games options addressing faking injuries, including removing the player from more than one play. They decided not to implement something drastic.
I maintain my stance all along on this, that you'll never have significant rules addressing this just because nobody can really figure out the best way to address it. And that's a legitimate concern. There's just everybody throws this out, and then you start saying, yeah, but what if? And you're like, yeah, maybe not.
The NCAA Playing Rules Oversight Panel approved a measure today, basically the Kenny Pickett rule. It's been greenlit by the NCAA. If a ball carrier simulates a feet-first slide, officials will declare the runner down at the spot. There's Forrester with a quick look of what he was doing, and then he kept running.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an illegal play at the time. In the spirit of the game, clearly we don't need that one, right? However, It is a very subjective call.
It is.
And what if Kenny Pickett is really running and really thinking about sliding and then thinking, oh, my gosh, I see an opening I didn't see before, so he stops the slide. An official's going to come running in and blow that play dead. It's going to be there'll be a controversial call from that right there. I have not seen that play very often. It is weird that
it's the only time I've ever seen it.
I can't remember another time other than that.
And then this one, which I think I'm okay with as well, in games that have instant replay when a targeting foul occurs in the second half, the carryover penalty of sitting out the first half of the player's next game will be eligible for further appeal now. So you can go back after the fact into a Sunday or a Monday and have an appeal process that can get that override. You could override it and still come back and play to start the next game.
The only question I have on this, is, and there may be an easy answer on this, Georgia and Oregon play in Atlanta to open the season, right?
Right.
You would presume that game is probably officiated by ACC or Big Ten officials or Pac-12 officials, right? Not Pac-12 because Oregon's in it. Big 12, ACC, Big 10. Who do I appeal to if I'm a Georgia player? Who hears this? Is it the NCAA? Do they handle it all? Because if Georgia and Florida are playing in the cocktail party and I get one, I know who I appeal to. The SEC flagged it. They handle their officials. They'll do the review. In theory, it'll be equitable for the whole league. That's their, they're trying to be equitable for the whole league. But if I'm Georgia, Oregon, and my SEC officials aren't doing the game, who do I appeal this to? I think that's something that's got to be determined right there.
Well, I mean,
because if it's a conference game, shouldn't the conference be making this decision, in your opinion?
Right, and that's who would be making the decision. In this case of two conference, out-of-conference game, I guess it has to be with whoever the officials are.
Yeah, because let's say a Georgia player is flagged, well, if I'm Greg Sankey in the SEC, I want to uphold the rules, but I also want Georgia to be whole when they get back in conference play to make it the best conference possible, right? And I'm not penalizing any other conference team because it didn't happen against another conference team. Or maybe I am penalizing them. I don't know.
So those are the bigger of the changes that are coming to college football. And as always, we'll get people on in the coming weeks to sort of break those down, how it'll impact the games you'll watch coming up this fall. Brooks says, I don't think that's fair for the guys who have to sit out the second half after getting targeting fouls in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, so if I get a targeting foul in the second half, there's less of a penalty. And I'm okay with the review.
If you win the appeal.
If you win the appeal, there's less of a penalty.
But how many times are you going to win the appeal because it has been called on the field and then reviewed on site.
And reviewed in the conference office.
Yeah, so then now it's going to go to an appeal on Sunday or Monday. How many of those is going to happen where it's going to be overruled?
Because what this requires is let's just use the SEC again, the head of officiating in the SEC to say, hey, you know what? I completely blew this one Saturday night. We watched this same video we've got here Saturday night, and we threw the guy out of the game. I guess maybe you could come back and say, hey, upon reviewing the video, it was 100% targeting, but we don't believe it was malicious. The runner was going down, and it changed the quote-unquote the strike zone a little bit. So we're going to let him play. I mean, I guess that's the way you would couch it.
That'll only happen if it's an Alabama player going into a big game.
In Birmingham, right?
All right. When we come back, we continue our football conversation, some more reactions to some of these rule changes. Top of the hour, Jacob Hester will join us. We'll ask him about maybe the targeting thing and others. Wayne's brings us our show. I will tell you about Wayne's, though. They're the exclusive provider for everyone on this show. They jumped on with us at the beginning of our quote-unquote startup to make sure that we had that barefoot good lawn. That first summer we were out starting to build this thing up, and then they keep the pest away. And right now, best time to get the mosquito prevention as you get outside to start grilling. Get that mosquito prevention from our friends at Wayne's. Tell us more.
It works, by the way. I can't tell you the last time I've been bitten by a mosquito in my yard in the Deep South, so I should tell you everything you need to know. Use the code TNR to get 1 month free with that 1-year Envirolawn agreement when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Let Wayne's create your happy place this summer.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Drytech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Drytech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Drytech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The beautiful days of spring and summer are here. No better time to send flowers just because with our friends at Blakely's. I like Blakely's bouquets because of their unique and custom designs. And you can call them up, 205-579-4900, or get an easy link at blakeleysbouquets.com. And it's not just flowers. They've got custom-made gifts in the store right there on Oxmoor Road. It's your full-service flower shop, blakeleysbouquets.com. 205-579-4900 for Blakely's Bouquets.
Small victories, John Lunsford. By the way, Lunsford, who is controlling our Next Round store, I had a chance to go surf around on the Next Round store today. And there were items in there I didn't even know we had. Give me a shot of Lunsford in there.
Golf shirts, golf gear?
No golf gear, but full sweatshirt that Lunsford has on. But also, I'll tell you the thing that impressed me the most was the rain jackets, the coats, the jackets, a great-looking camo jacket in there.
It's options. Got to give you options. So, yeah, all kind of cool stuff in there. Go buy stuff.
Yeah, it's nextround.store, but like if you're looking for, I assume just looking at it, it looked like a lighter summer-like jacket that would be perfect to fold up, put in your golf bag or something with the Next Round logo on. So technically that could be golf gear?
Technically that can be golf gear. I mean, depending on what course you're playing at, anything we have can be golf gear.
Yeah.
So
Next Round live on Twitter, I send out 4 of my favorite new things right there in the nextround.store, nextround.store. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, getting you ready for the rainy season here, protecting that house of yours.
Yeah, you can call our guy Chris Stewart, 823-2212. That's 823-2212. Ask about that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters. It keeps out the debris, it eliminates gutter cleaning, and it is backed with a lifetime warranty. Stay off dangerous ladders forever. You don't want to get on that ladder. GutterCapBirmingham.com or 823-2212. Tell them Ryan Brown said. When you call Chris Stewart, 823-2212, just tell him, Ryan Brown told me I can get 45% off just by saying his name.
Yeah.
Like as a friend discount, just say, hey, Ryan Brown said I can get 45% off right now.
Wow.
See what they say.
Tell them Jim Dunaway will get you 46% off. What were you doing, 45?
I did 45, yeah.
46% for me. 46 if you say Jim Dunaway. Tonight, 3 more NBA playoff games. Memphis and Minnesota, 6:30 TNT. Series tied 1-1. Dallas and Utah. Luka practice. Still don't think he'll play tonight. 1-1. That series tied 8 o'clock NBA TV for that one. Golden State and Denver. Golden State up 2-0. 9 o'clock on TNT. Last night, Boston won again 2-0. They lead that series now. Kevin Durant 0 for 9 in the second half shooting the basketball. I mean, how many times are you going to play Kevin Durant and he not be able to score in Space Mountain? 0 for 9.
0 for 9, huh?
Kevin Durant. He was 0 for last night. DeMar DeRozan, by the way, 8 of 9 from the field as Philadelphia beat Toronto 104-101. Excuse me, was that DeMar DeRozan? Yeah, different game. DeMar DeRozan, 8 of 9. In Chicago's win over Milwaukee, 114-110. DeMar DeRozan goes over 40 points in that game for the Bulls. For the Bulls, ESPN stats here, named the last 2 Chicago Bull players to score over 40 points in a playoff game.
Jordan?
Derrick Rose, Michael Jordan.
All right.
And now DeMar DeRozan. That's pretty elite company.
That's pretty good
there.
Company, yeah, if you're a Bull.
Okay.
Or if you're really anybody, honestly.
Yeah, it was a great playoff night last night. Some really extremes going on. Philadelphia leads their series 3-0. Chicago, Milwaukee now tied 1-1. All right, you had a perspective question.
All right, so I think scheduling. Can you do me a favor real quick and pull up the BYU schedule?
Oh, absolutely. I almost have it memorized. But okay.
Do you now? BYU football. Like, Dunaway, if I told you BYU could be a college football playoff contender.
Yeah.
Like, they've got enough cred that they could do that, right? If they're 12-0.
And we've discussed that with the schedule. That makes it so.
Yeah, but fifth quarter FQ BYU. They cover BYU. It's fifth quarter is a college football website. They cover BYU. They were asked to rank by one of the listeners or one of the viewers or whatever. Your staff get together, rank the difficulty of BYU's schedule. Now, you might disagree with this, but I just want to make a perspective argument here. They say the toughest team that BYU has to face is Notre Dame, October 8th in Las Vegas.
It's in Las Vegas, neutral site. Maybe it's Notre Dame.
Okay.
Could be at Oregon, inside Autzen.
They have that number 3, at Oregon, inside Autzen.
Wow. They're believing either in Baylor or Arkansas then.
It is Arkansas.
So they make Arkansas
the
home
second
games.
most difficult. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the second most difficult. According to BYU's, these people that cover BYU on a daily basis, we think Arkansas is the second most difficult game on their schedule. Now, you can disagree with that because you just mentioned the 4 that are in the discussion. At Boise is tough. They have that number 5. But Baylor is 4th. Oregon on the road is 3rd. Arkansas 2nd. Notre Dame neutral site 1st. So my point is, if I told you an SEC team, the second most difficult game they have to play is Arkansas, what would you feel about their chances?
I would
really
say
like
that
them.
I like that schedule.
I like that. I don't know how they managed to get that schedule, but I like that schedule.
Well, first of all, I'd say you'd either be talking about Alabama or Georgia because that means you're not playing both Alabama and Georgia if Arkansas is going to be your second toughest.
Like, is there a way in your mind Arkansas is the second toughest game Alabama plays this year?
I mean,
it's going to take.
To me, you have to stretch it out a bit. But
yeah, I mean, it'd take A&M falling on their face.
It would, but I don't. I think if Arkansas is going to be the top level of what some people think Arkansas is going to be, and if Texas is still 5-7, the Texas game looks really good on the road in Austin. But if Texas A&M doesn't meet expectations and Arkansas exceeds expectations, you could get into the conversation there.
Well, I mean, Arkansas mule kicked Texas last year. Now, granted, that was early in the season. A lot has changed since then, but it is hard for me to argue that Texas is going to be that much better than Arkansas after actually seeing them on the field last year and Arkansas having a good year and returning what they're returning, and Texas kind of maybe rebooting at quarterback. I don't know. Maybe they're better. But you get my point. Like, if I told you Georgia or Alabama or Texas A&M or whoever, their SEC schedule, Arkansas is the second most difficult game they've got, you would be like, man, that is one of the most favorable conference schedules you could possibly have.
Sign me up. But what was Georgia's before
Last
you got
year?
Before you got to the SEC championship game and the 2 playoff games? What was Georgia's toughest game? What was Georgia's second toughest game?
Georgia's toughest game last year.
Yeah, before you get to the postseason, which is what we're talking about here. Your 12 games that are scheduled, not your conference championship, not the semifinals, not the national championship game. So the 2 Alabama games and the Michigan game, take those off. Give me Georgia's toughest and Georgia's second toughest.
I guess I would say last year, outside of the SEC championship game, Georgia's toughest game was Clemson.
Clemson in the opener.
That was a 10-win Clemson team.
Now the second toughest game was it Arkansas?
It was I guess who was better, Arkansas or Kentucky? I mean, the fact that I'm having to ask you this question.
Yeah, to me, Arkansas was, but I guess you can make a case either way. But that's my point is.
Yeah, it was either Arkansas or Kentucky.
So basically, Georgia, until you had to play an SEC championship game, played a schedule. Played a schedule.
Well,
I think that was less than what BYU's playing this year.
So it kind of backs my point up. There was Georgia sailed through that schedule, even lost their conference championship game, and they were still in the college football playoff and won the national championship.
When you start on the year at USF in Tampa, shouldn't be that tough of a game for BYU, but at some point USF will have a good year. Baylor at Oregon. Wyoming's always tricky. Utah State, up and down, but could be an up year for them. Notre Dame, Arkansas at Liberty. Who knows what Hugh Freeze will do. East Carolina can be tricky on the road in what is a rivalry game for Boise State. Dixie State, which I don't even know what that is.
It's that school that's going to become Utah something.
And then at Stanford, that's a nice little schedule for BYU. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR, and then we'll talk to Jacob Hester coming up.
877-GO-TO-DAGA, 877-GO-TO-DAGA. You can get those tickets right now for Sunday's Geico 500, 4 o'clock Central Time, green flag. All right, wait a minute, 2 o'clock Central Time, green flag. There's no rain delay. 2 o'clock Central Time, green flag. You get those tickets by going to 877-GO-TO-DAGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Check out that immersive garage experience, the most immersive and the best in NASCAR. 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Wright. With Mortgage Wright, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park, April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including four-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and seven-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Thank you to everybody in our video chat rooms over on Twitch and Twitter, Facebook, and of course our YouTube channel. Set our first segment and first half of the show record today with comments going on there about a variety of college football topics. Thanks for being a part of the show. This hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch now. Lunch and dinner tonight. Get it to go. They'll cater your office parties, your tailgates during football season. Chicken on a stick, great southern fried plates and sides. And, of course, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all at champyschicken.com.
All right, let's talk some spring football down in the Bayou. Jacob Hester, LSU great. He and T-Bob do a fantastic show down there as well. Will talk with us now about the LSU spring game coming up this weekend, and he joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, except for the fact that I can't get my phone thing to work here. Jim, do you have yours up?
We got him.
All right, Jacob with us now. What is up, Jacob? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing this afternoon?
Doing great, man. Thanks a lot. Let's start by the fact that I was a little taken aback. We played the sound from Brian Kelly. I'm not suggesting he's making a mistake by doing this. I was just surprised he's in this situation. That he was unhappy with the format of the spring game because you can't go strictly ones and twos. You kind of got to go offense and defense because of your roster situation. You follow it on the day-to-day. I was a little surprised from Birmingham, Alabama, the roster had gotten to the point you got to make a decision like that.
Well, if you remember the last time we saw LSU play, they had 39 scholarship players in a bowl game. I mean, the roster just absolutely took a hit over the last couple of years because of guys going to the NFL early, certainly the transfer portal, injuries, just different things. I mean, so you're talking about playing a game where you only have 39 scholarship players, and then you take the program over and you bring in a lot of players, but you obviously, you're going to lose a lot of players in the portal as well anytime you have that much change like LSU has. And so I think they're in a much better situation. I think Brian Kelly thought it would be better at this point, bringing in like 16, 17 guys through the transfer portal, but it's still not exactly where it needs to be. Now, certainly you'll get some of those high school signees on campus in the summertime to, try to even some things out. And let's be honest, we all know this. They're not done in the transfer portal either. So they'll add players after they finish up spring football, certainly May going in to June. But they're trying to get back to those numbers. But, guys, I mean, it was left pretty bare from where it was to what they're trying to get to.
Listen, Jacob, I'm old. I was raised in the 1900s, but here in the 2000s, LSU has been a dominant program, the fifth winningest program since 2000. So if I say to you, a guy who spilt blood for the program, what makes year one a successful year for Brian Kelly? How do you answer that? When it's all said and done, what is successful in year one? Because to me, it's always a championship program, but that's not where they are right now. For you, what's successful?
No, they're not there right now, and we really don't certainly kind of know what it's going to look like because there is so much new. But you said it there. LSU is a place that wins championships. I mean, outside of Alabama, they've won the second most in the last 2 decades, right? They've won 3 national championships. They've played for 4. So the standard is the standard. And Brian Kelly will tell you that. Look, is there work to be done? Absolutely. But you can't go into a season saying, oh, man, if we could just get 8 games. That's just not what it is at LSU. I think LSU is a place where you always have to be going for those New Year's Six bowl games, kind of being the bare minimum. That should be what you shoot for to say, okay, we had a good season. A great season, obviously, is SEC and national championships. And I don't expect that to change. And look, they've brought in these players through the transfer portal, Sevyn Banks from Ohio State, Jaden Daniels from Arizona State, and we could go on to be competitive in this football season, right? These are guys that don't have a long future at LSU because they're older players. They might only be here for this season, and so they have those aspirations to go out there and play for championships. Because if it's not that mentality at LSU, then you're at the wrong place. And so what's realistic, we'll find more out on Saturday and certainly the opener against Florida State. But coming into the season, I don't think you change your expectations because that's why you hit the transfer portal so hard. And so I would assume that's going to be look, we know the fans also, not only in the SEC but at the LSU, but they don't want to hear we're shooting for 8 or 9 wins. They want to see you go out there and be championship competitive.
With your sources, I don't know if you have a feel on who the quarterback will be eventually, but do you believe they've got a guy they're comfortable with that's going to win the job and be a starter for 12 games? Or do you foresee this possibly being a 2-quarterback system in the Florida State game and have to work itself out even in competitive situations?
I know right here and right now it's still a wide open competition. I think out of the 4 quarterbacks, I think obviously you look at Walker Howard, he's an extremely young football player, still supposed to be in high school. He's here at spring practice. But outside of that, I mean, you've got guys competing. I'm not going to get Nussmeier out of this competition. I know a lot of people want to make it a 2-man race, but I truly think it is wide open. I don't think anything's close to being settled. And so when you go out there and you go to practice, I mean, you'll have kind of an order of 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they'll come back and it'll be 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm talking about getting reps with the first team. So they're still trying to figure it out. I think this is a battle that will go well into fall camp. I don't know if you'll have a starter name before the week of the Florida State game. It just kind of has that feel to it. And as far as 2-quarterback system, is it viable? It is, because you have quarterbacks that have different skill sets. Now, is it something they want to do? I know Brian Kelly's said in the past he's not a huge fan of maybe a 2-quarterback system, but if it helps your football team win games, then so be it. And I think there is an opportunity to see a couple of quarterbacks play in the opener just because their styles are so different. So this thing is long from settled. We'll be at SEC Media Days in a couple of months. We'll be talking about the same thing, which LSU quarterback is going to emerge. And I still don't think even at that point in July we're going to have an idea. And I still think, honestly, it's going to be a 3-quarterback race. And so, is that a good thing? I don't know. But it's still something that's going to happen because you have a new offense. You have a coaching staff trying to learn all of these players, right? They've never coached this set of players. And also, like, look, you've got to be strategic because, as we know, like, if you name a starting quarterback too early, what seems like a surplus right now might become an issue because maybe you lose two of those quarterbacks, and so you have to play that game as well.
You kind of answered my question, Jacob. Jacob Hester with us at Jacob Hester 18, off the bench with T-Bob. That's where he is on Twitter, by the way. Off the bench with T-Bob down in Louisiana. He's about to jump on Sirius XM. You hear him on there often. And he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. In true fashion, I'm still going to ask the question anyway. More important or bigger impact to the 2022 season, Jaden Daniels or Noah Cain for LSU?
I think it's Jaden Daniels because Noah Cain, I think, is going to be a nice secondary piece.
Wow.
I think he's going to add to that running back room. He just lost Corey Kiner to Cincinnati. He goes back home, so he was in the portal for literally 15 minutes, and he was already choosing to go back home to Cincinnati. And I think John Emery is really set up to have a breakout all-SEC type year. And so that's why I say that. I think John Emery is the back. I know we've said that before, and I know that there's been some issues getting him on the field, but the young man has done incredibly well in the classroom, put his head down, went to work, takes all the blame for why he wasn't on the field a year ago, and I expect him to have a monster year. And I think Jaden Daniels, with each practice, is starting to really gain the trust of the coaching staff, and he's firmly in that battle. I mean, if he was named the starter, I don't think anybody would be surprised. And so just for those reasons, because I expect Henry to have such a monster year, and Jaden Daniels is somebody that looks really comfortable out there so far in the spring.
Being almost a decade younger than Tom Brady, did you watch any of the USFL this past weekend, and is there ever an itch for you to suit up again and try to go play somewhere?
I did watch the USFL because my co-host, T-Bob Hebert, his dad, Bobby Hebert, was a Michigan Panther and started his career there. So we actually kind of talked about it on and off the air a bunch. And so, I was very intrigued to kind of see what the product looked like. And obviously, we recognize some of the names. There's some familiar names in the league, like a Shea Patterson. Like my brother coached him in high school, in the high school level. So, tried to see exactly how Shea was going to play and just storylines like that. And I thought the first game was fantastic involving Birmingham and New Jersey there. The crowd actually looked great as well. So I definitely look. If it's football, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tune in, certainly, when there's nothing else football-wise going on. I think it's intriguing. I'm excited about the XFL. And to the second part of that question, absolutely not. There is no way I am ever getting the itch. I retired with an NFL contract. There is no way that a 36, very soon to be 37-year-old Jacob Hester is ever putting on a pair of shoulder pads again, because I would tear both hamstrings. And I think I'm like Not Another Teen Movie, that if I have one more concussion, that might be it for me. So I have like the counter, and my number is still at 1. So I'm saving that one concussion for something maybe a little bit more exciting.
Yeah. Hey.
Saving that one concussion.
Hey, it just dawned on me as a guy with hair back then. I was at the Hebert game at Legion Field.
Oh, really?
That was Bobby Hebert beating the Birmingham Stallions, of which I was a season ticket fan, 9-7. I was also at T-Bob's game of the century in Tuscaloosa that was 9-6. I don't know what it is about the Heberts with me in the stadium, but there's no offense anytime the Heberts are around.
The Cajun Cannon could only produce 9 points?
It was 9-7 in that game, and it was 9-6 in the game of the century.
Hester, I expect more out of the Cajun Cannon. Don't you? 9 points?
Hell, the Heberts were just were lacking in offense when I was in the stadium with them. Before you go, Jacob.
If you could get the Cajun Cannon on the line to recap that game, he could go, I guarantee you, play for play for about 30 minutes and tell you why they only scored 9 points. He's one of the best at recapping a game. So if you ever get that opportunity, it's something you need to do.
Oh, I'd love to. He's been on the show before. He's fun.
Hey, as a guy who got called out on this show when I first started doing it 13 years ago, my driver's license said 6 feet. I'm actually 5'10 and a half. I see on your Wikipedia you're 5'11. Does your driver's license say 6 feet?
Without question, it says 6 feet tall. And then, if you don't do that, then what are we really doing? I mean, look, you're going to try to steal every single inch that you possibly can. So it says 6 feet, probably 230, because I got it when I was playing. So 6 feet, 230. And it is what it is. And by the way, I don't know how in the world I measured at 5'11 in the combine. I think I'm more 5'10 and a half. But look, I mean, as true of a measurement as there is at the NFL Combine, I got 5'11", and let me tell you, if somebody asks me, how tall are you truly, like knowing I'm not 6 foot, I'm going to tell them 5'11", even though I don't think that's actually factual.
Well, see, when you get my age, you start shrinking like the first scene in Up, the animated series. You just start shrinking down. I think I actually was 6 feet at one time.
Yeah, I think I was. I might have been as well, but you know what? 20 and 30 ISO against guys like Zach Thomas and Ray Lewis and Patrick Willis. I think my neck is like a trash compactor. It just keeps getting squished and squished with every ISO block. And so I think that's where my 2 inches go.
Yeah. All right. He is Jacob Hester. Go follow him on Twitter. You could do that at Jacob Hester 18 off the bench there in Louisiana. He and T-Bob do an amazing job. Jacob, thank you for the time, man. Always fun talking with you.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
All right, buddy. You too. Hester with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Can I tell you, every time I leave this building, and or sometimes when I'm coming in or on the weekend or at night, and I turn on ESPN 84 Sirius XM, that guy is on the air. That guy is on the air all the time.
Yeah, he's a hard worker. Like, I was texting with him yesterday, and he knew he was coming on, and he's like, I'm wide open 10 to 12, but I'm doing my 2-show shift tomorrow, so I need to do it 11 if I can.
Yeah, which means he was 6 to 10, and then he's going to be 12 to 3.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, that's a haul.
God, every day?
I don't know that he does it every day because he made the point of today's one of my 2-show days. So
yeah, but see, sometimes he's 6 to 10 with his terrestrial with T-Bob.
Yeah, I think there's 7 to 10 technically, but still.
Okay,
yeah.
7 to 10.
Still an early morning.
Then they'll drop. He'll go 12 to 2 on ESPNU, and then I'll be riding around, and he's on like something to whatever on the SEC channel that's up in the 300.
Well, I just remember leaving like late gigs, like at 11 o'clock midnight, driving home and on ESPN. Freddie Coleman to be on.
Oh, Freddie said that nighttime. Freddie hadn't seen the sunlight in years.
I don't know how Jacob does that many shows. Our buddy Cole does it too, and others. For me, every day we do 4 hours. When we make it to trash, it's like the turnaround point for me. Like if you go running
we're gonna make it.
You go running from your house.
It's your second win,
and you run to a certain point, and then you turn and start making your run back towards the house. Trash every day. Coming up here in the next segment, trash every day is when we're like. You touch something and you start running back towards the house. Like, all right, halfway
we're gonna
home.
Make it. We're going to
go. We're going to get there.
It's literally beyond halfway, though. That's the weird part.
It is, but it's sort of a moment where I don't have to talk as much. I sit back and let Lance talk.
Okay.
Today, you.
It'll be me today. I've got an answer, a small answer after you do a commercial here, or me. Probably me today.
It's probably going to be you because I don't have any hair, and we're talking about Dr. B.
Oh, Dr. B.
Yeah.
But I've got an answer on startup, a small answer on startup.
Okay, and when you can stop calling yourself a startup?
It's going to cover, and Rockstar hinted at this yesterday, what is going to be considered one of the greatest media failures in the history of media.
Oh, I think I know what we're talking about.
As you know, over the past year, our boy Lance has noticed significant hair loss. And listen, we all have, right? We're getting older.
Yeah, but it's been more fun watching Lance notice it.
Dr. Beckenstein, Dr. Beckenstein and his team are turning that around for Lance. If you're watching this on the video stream, you see some video of his consultation. He got genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment Lance did. Then he got the results. He had a virtual meeting with Dr. B, went over the options, and he chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will increase the thickness and the health of Lance's hair. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results. Listen, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Dr. B was reaching out to us yesterday, and he was just so thankful how many of you have heard us and seen us talk about this and reached out to him.
Thank you.
I want you to know how much we appreciate it, but Dr. B does too because he wants to help people. So keep ringing that phone for Dr. B, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, T3 Hair Preservation.
I will tell you this before we get the startup that didn't work. Happy birthday to Carnell Williams, the Cadillac, 40 years old today.
I laughed at this because for some reason I got an alert on this. It was like a 40 years old. Huh?
Yeah, I think that's all he is, 40 years old.
No, I can't believe he's that old.
Oh,
that makes me feel old. I watched him play in high school.
Yeah, Etowah
High School over in Talladega. They played, it wasn't the legendary game against Oxford. I don't know if you're familiar with the legendary game against Oxford. That was Freddie Kitchens, Todrick Malone. But then they played another playoff game against Oxford that he was in, and it was in Atala, and I was at that game. Stadium was packed. Etowah and Oxford used to have some really good games in 5A back in the day, and Carnell was part of that.
I was up doing show notes when the clock struck midnight, and every day on the morning rounds at nextroundlive.com, I have sort of a sports thought that usually goes with the picture.
Right.
I have the games to watch today. I have the show lineup for the day.
Mm-hmm.
Then I have some top links, and at the bottom I always have birthdays. So it was about midnight when I was doing the birthdays. Some great guys like Josh Rutledge, former Alabama baseball player, Rocky Red Sox, and married to Laura Rutledge. His birthday today. Tony Romo's birthday today. Carnell Williams'
There's
birthday.
one more. Keep going, because we always do this on 4 downs. The Rockstar's got the 4 downs today, but we always do better career. Birthday, this person's birthday, this person's birthday. You know who else got a birthday today?
Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth. Who you got to top that one with?
Better career. Tony Romo, Queen Elizabeth.
I thought that was the one we were going to ask.
How old is she? Like 98?
96 today.
96.
Yep.
She looks 98.
Better career. All right, no, here's the question. You could trade places with Tony Romo or Queen Elizabeth. Honest question.
Oh, Tony Romo.
Tony Romo, because
I think I
don't
would
want to
too.
die.
Yeah.
No. I'm not talking age. I'm just talking you can be the king of England or you can be Tony Romo.
You have to be so proper. No.
I'm agreeing 100% with you. Like, I don't know what the queen or king of England is worth.
I wouldn't want to wake up in the morning and have somebody dress me.
But I'm not going to die.
You don't know that Tony
right?
Romo doesn't do
because
that.
I don't want to. I mean, I would take the extra 41 years that Tony Romo is going to have.
No, I'm not talking age. All
Okay.
right, take age off the table. I'm just saying you trade places. You're the analyst for CBS. You had a solid NFL career. You play golf all the time. You make a bundle of money to talk about football, or you're the king of England.
But if I've got all the money that I would ever want to spend, couldn't spend it all, I wouldn't be as proper as her. By the way, I'd be the guy that'd be like, all right, royal meal tonight. We've got chicken wings from Champy's in Alabama.
Jimmy America, King of England.
He's King Ralph. That way it's John Candy. He's King Ralph.
Such a bad movie.
And we're
such a bad movie.
We're going to be watching Wimbledon, and I'm going to be ripping one there in the Royal Palace at Buckingham Palace. I'm going to hop on that horse and ride around.
I don't think being the Queen of England, it's obviously lucrative.
I'm describing a movie. Larry the Cable Guy becomes King of England.
Exactly. Yeah. You're mixing King Ralph and Larry the Cable Guy. It's obviously lucrative, but it just doesn't seem fun to be the Queen or King of England.
No, like everything's over the top.
Yeah,
Everything
I mean, you've got to be so like I've watched enough Bridgerton to know.
We got to go. We got to be to the store. We're going to get to a horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Yeah. Yep. And then I mean, I don't know what they do that's important. What does the Queen actually do? I don't know. It's more ceremonial.
Chevy Chase says she queens and vacuums.
I mean, it's more ceremonial though, right?
It is now. Yeah.
No, it's just appearances. It's just appearances. She's literally making an appearance. So is Kate and Prince William.
But
Did you know that Harry left?
Yeah, I've heard. I saw a little piece. It was actually, this is random. I was watching Aerial America one Saturday morning on Smithsonian, and then it swapped over to like Mega Trains or something, and they were highlighting she's got her own train. The Queen of England does.
Called Snowpiercer?
No, I don't know what it's called, but she's got her own train, and it was highlighting her day. Like, she gets up in the morning, she does the same thing every day, and I was like, this seems like the most boring day ever. I'd much rather be Tony Romo.
You think she's excited to wake up to that she's 96?
Oof.
Yeah.
She's still kicking.
What song goes at 6 a.m. every morning for her?
Then put your little hand in mine.
By the way, CNN Plus shutting down. Big failure.
Really?
CNN Plus.
It's made it 1 month. They gave it 1 month. How bad must that have been? Because they invested a ton in that.
I mean,
I think it was over $1 billion.
How bad must that 1 month have been?
Yeah. I mean, what is free TV? Was it Quibi or something like that?
Yeah. Well, that was the CNN Plus was the same thing with ESPN. You can't get CNN with CNN Plus. Like, if you wanted to watch CNN, you can't. You have to have a cable subscription.
Right.
This is like ESPN. You can't watch ESPN. You can watch ESPN Plus.
Right.
So people were upset about that. When I want to watch the news, I don't want to watch Anderson Cooper showing his library.
You know who gives their programming away easiest is Fox. Like, you can go to Fox Sports, the app, or the Fox
watch anything.
Sports app, and they've got what's on main Fox. They got what's on FS1, FS2, sometimes some extra stuff on there. They'll just give it to you, man. They'll just give it to you.
Apparently, 150,000 people signed up for it at $5.99 a month. And
you paid for news?
Yeah, for CNN Plus. Well, it was more opinion shows and stuff like
I
that,
think Chris
right?
Wallace had a show.
You paid for opinions?
Exactly. Apparently not, Jim. Fewer than 10,000 people were using it on a daily basis, according to CNBC. But what's crazy is, I don't know what they spent on it, Rockstar,
Some days we were bigger than CNN Plus.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we have more viewers than CNN Plus on some days. That's incredible. But you normally at least get the re-imaging before they just shut it down.
Right.
A month in, hey, we've heard you. We're re-imaging CNN Plus. See the new CNN Plus.
Yeah, CNN Plus.
Yeah, double plus.
CNN has not had a good year all around.
Yeah, but CNN was just like, we are cutting it, man.
All
Crazy.
right. When we come back, we'll reset the table on a couple of topics for you. Plus, we'll get to trash that Ryan has for us today, prepared by our buddy Rockstar. The show being brought to you by our folks at the University of Montevallo. I get to spend a couple of days down at Montevallo this weekend. My daughter's stage manager, her first time running behind the stage for theatrical play in the multi-million-dollar theater department down there. Great new building. Looking forward to seeing opening night tonight. Be back there Sunday for closing night. And a lot more going on at Montevallo, including 14-to-1 student ratios, fifth straight year, no raise in tuition. U.S. News and World Report raves about the price of tuition and what you get in a valued education. Southern Living calls it one of the more beautiful living experiences on campus anywhere in the South. 75 majors, 21 NCAA Division II, fully funded scholarship sports. Man, you name it, Montevallo's got it. Take an in-person tour right now. Schedule it and find out more. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. With your Birmingham Stallions, take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Drytech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Drytech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Drytech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Always scary when people are walking around with sticks in the Blue Lake Center up here. What are they doing? Checking on air conditioning vents? Heat of summer's coming up, getting up to 80s today.
Would you forget if we're checking for snakes?
Oh, that would freak me out. I mean, that could happen, right? I mean, there could be snakes, not here at the Great Blue Lake Center. Nothing ever bad happens here, but in some places, I've heard, can have snakes in the roof. Been a lot of places in the corporate world, there's been snakes in heads.
Yeah, out of the way, Jimmy did.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, part of our show being brought to you by our friend Greg from Pell City. He's on a roof probably right now, or maybe he's heading down to Champy's currently for lunch. He does that occasionally. He actually fixed the roof at Champy's one time. He can fix your roof, too. If you've got roof damage anytime from a storm or just wear and tear, our buddy Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing can get that roof corrected, get it right to protect your home, your business, or whatever. One of the most respected roofing contractors in the SEC footprint, Greg Nelson is his name. We've been recommending him and Storm Restoration Roofing for years. It's easy to see why so many people trust and love this company. 20 years locally owned. He and his wife own it now. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They got the best warranties in the business. Insurance companies, they love him. They trust him. So if Greg and his crew get on the roof, they come back down. The insurance people probably want him to go up on the roof. They just trust Greg. Yeah, okay, Greg. We'll sign off on that. That works to your benefit, too. If storms blow through, he'll put a portfolio together, which will help you get the most out of your insurance company. Here's how you can get a free, no-cost roof inspection with no obligation. Call 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. Your headlines include Jay Wright retiring last night after 21 years. Fordham's Kyle Neptune takes over. He's 37 years old. A big first job for him. 21 years for Jay Wright. 2 national championships, 4 Final Fours.
Travis says, I remember that documentary with Samuel L. Jackson about snakes on a plane. Scary stuff.
It was.
It was.
Documentary.
He got upset, too.
What a terrible movie.
Yesterday, about this time, we learned Oscar Tshiebwe was returning to Kentucky. Last National Player of the Year not to go pro. Do you remember?
I don't, because I never remember who the National Player of the Year is.
Not that long ago, relatively speaking, though in real life it is, but we all remember Tyler Hansbrough.
Oh, Psycho T?
Yeah, 2008.
Yeah. How about that?
He won the National Player of the Year and then did not go pro, just like Oscar. Deebo Samuels requests a trade. They have offered him to talk about a new contract with San Francisco. He's refusing to engage with them right now.
So it's like he's ready to go.
Like he's ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready
Did
to
he pull it? Did he
go.
pull everything 49ers off his social media?
Oh, he had done that
He's already done that?
previously.
Yeah, that's normally the sign.
Baseball tonight, SEC baseball style. Mississippi State and Ole Miss, 6 o'clock on the SEC Network. Those are your headlines. It is time to do trash. LT is off, still celebrating one of the longest birthday celebrations of all time. So Brownie slides into his place.
Let's go!
How to get out of jury duty. Ask the judge if this is one of those cases where you're allowed to accept bribes. Try to roll your eyes every few seconds, no matter what questions you're asked. Say whatever and roll your eyes. Whatever.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Wright. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger is always better. The friends of Mortgage Wright have a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. That's a win-win is what we call that. Mortgage Wright's Wealth Builder program. Add equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash toward a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We go to Kenosha, Wisconsin. Do you like going to the dentist?
One of my favorite things, like Bill Murray on Little Shop of Horrors.
No,
I do not.
Stone Creek Dental, you can trust them.
Yeah, other than Stone Creek Dental, I do not. I mean, I've had some good dental experiences because I'm in so much pain.
Yeah.
But I've did not have dental work done until I was my late teens because I grew up in the mud puddle.
Sure.
So I have a mouth that is a train wreck. I don't think there's a tooth that has not been filled at one point.
Weird thing, I kind of like the little probe thing they do. You don't? I kind of
Especially
like
if you
that.
have a cavity where they just pull. Does that hurt? You're bleeding. Does that hurt? Yes. Yes, it hurts.
Yeah. But not one thing I like from the moment they put that thing in your mouth that.
Dentist, guys. Dentist. Somebody made a good point.
What's it called? The mouth dam?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a damn thing. The good point somebody made. When you're at the dentist and they're working on you, eyes open or closed?
Closed. Because normally they got to kind of get, in there on you, and I don't want to make the eye it's closed.
No, I keep mine open and I stare right into his eyes.
Well, sometimes.
You like mayonnaise?
Sometimes they've got the TV on the ceiling, so as you're laid back, you can just lay there and watch TV. In that case, open.
A TV on the ceiling?
Yeah.
That's how they do the dentist. In prison. It's a friend's line.
This could be a dental patient's worst nightmare. Thankfully, it would not happen to us. You see the x-ray and the screen there done away?
Yep.
It's a drill bit in a lung.
Oh, in a lung?
What became started as a routine visit. Landed an Illinois man in the hospital after he inhaled the dentist's drill bit, WISN reports.
Well, I mean, just think about it, Brown. If you're working on the 32nd floor building a skyscraper and you drop your hammer, it's going to fall down. If you drop your drill bit, it's going to go down the old shaft.
Yep. An inch-long drill bit. An inch long. That's hefty.
Well, what do you do when the disc goes, oh, hell?
What happened?
Small problem?
Yeah.
Well, that's why they put the mouth dam on, right? To catch this stuff.
I guess.
The mouth dam.
The guy's name is Tom Josie. And he says, I was at the dentist getting a tooth filled. The next thing I know, I'm told I swallowed this tool. I didn't really feel it going down. All I felt was a cough.
Impressive.
Doctors believe inhaling just before he coughs sent the metal object deep into the 60-year-old maintenance worker's airwaves. If he's a maintenance worker, he might have inhaled worse. Those guys, a lot of times, are working in bad spots. Video of the scan showed the medical team was able to navigate the narrow airways, reach the drill piece, and pull it out. That's good news.
Yeah.
No harm to the patient.
That is good news. It looks like something... like old school space movie. Put that picture back up for us. It looks like old school space movie.
We're docking.
We're about to dock into the space center.
It looks like a hair one single hair coming out of a chin.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, a fuming man, he's described as fuming here on Trash, has shared his recent ordeal with his 6-year-old son's teacher after she tried to force him to invite 72 people to a birthday party.
Yeah, well, that's the rule back at elementary school. Nobody wants to be left out, so you have to invite everybody in your class.
Well, I think the rule is if you send the invitations to school for the teacher to hand out, you got to invite everybody, and I do think that's a good policy.
If the party's outside of school, do I still? If it's at my home?
No. If you send it from your house, you can send anybody you want to. But the way my kids have always worked in their school is if I'm going to do the invitations at school, like I send my daughter, here's 28 invitations, every kid has to get one in the class. That's a good policy.
But if you do it privately away from that, you're able to exclude 4 or 5 people from the class?
Yeah, why would you not?
Because those 4 or 5 people are going to learn that everybody had a party.
They're going to see on Instagram and Facebook.
Well, yeah, but the school can't tell me who I invited. I mean,
not in the 2nd grade.
Yeah.
Parents will share it.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. He thought he was going to have to invite 72 people, made up of 24 kids and their parents. So that's kids and parents. The dad says this is because his son has problems with some kids in the class. They cannot, quote unquote, handle hosting that many people. This did not go down well with the teacher who informed him about the rule they have in her class. She tells me there's a rule. If any kids in the class are invited, all kids in the class are invited. I told her it's an event off school hours on private property in my home. She can no more tell me what I do there and who I can invite or can't invite than I can decide who's invited to her Thanksgiving dinner. He makes a point.
Well, it's like saying if I want Dunaway to spend the night and Brown finds out that he's not invited, do I have to invite Brown too?
Look, you can only protect your kids so much. Your kid is not getting invited to everything.
Yes,
do you
correct.
want them to learn that lesson in the second grade or learn that lesson in high school? That's the way I look at it. Like, will it suck if my kid doesn't get invited? Yeah. But you know what? It's a parenting opportunity for me to teach my second grade kid this.
Some kids don't get dates to the dance.
That's right.
Some kids don't. Should every
your
kid have a
kid's
date?
going to learn this lesson at some point in life. It may as well be early so you can mold them as they learn it.
I'd rather them learn it in their 30s.
when you don't have to deal with it?
When chances are good, they're feeding me applesauce.
Dad, wipe your chin.
I didn't get invited to something, Dad, so I'm here feeding you applesauce. At this
A dream
weird
come true.
Space Mountain.
At this weird home you live in atop Blue Lake Center.
But here's what I will say. If you send the invitations for the school to dole out in class, you should have to invite everybody. I agree with that. But if I'm just saying, hey, I've rented out the Civic Center, and that's a bad example, Civic Center.
Yeah.
I've rented out something, and my kid's going to have a party there. I should be able to invite who I want to invite if I'm not sending them through the school. That's my opinion. Would you buy a house if you knew it came with a person in the basement? You're never home anyway. What's it matter?
What does she look like?
Wow. This house in Fairfax, it's next to a Trader Joe's and a Home Depot. Or actually, they're close
I'm
by.
in. Trader Joe's, it saves me gas because Maggie's there twice a week.
Well, that's some blue shutters on that thing. It's listed for $800,000. The houses that's $800,000, by the way. That house.
Could be big in the back. You never know.
The houses around there normally go over the $1 million mark.
You don't know what neighborhood it's in either.
Owners only want cash offers. The home does need some work, they say. They say it is sold as is, which is not uncommon in this hot Washington, D.C. market. There's one major quirk per the listing, which has landed the home on the popular Instagram account Zillow Going Wild, which is a very good Instagram account, by the way.
Nancy Pelosi lives there in the basement?
The home will come with a person, and then it's got the parentheses of it S, like it could be persons, living in the lower level with no lease in place.
Well, how's that possible?
I don't know, Jim. The listing agent says the basement resident is someone who, quote unquote, weaseled her way in and has been there for about 3 years, with perhaps another person living with her, perhaps.
That's also like we don't go down there. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what it looks like.
The tenants.
If I bought that for almost $1 million, they would meet my law firm, Smith & Wesson.
Oh, my God.
That's terrible. The tenants, for lack of a better word, have no lease and aren't paying rent. I just don't see how this works, by the way. Anyway, the house is
not
on
in
the
my
market.
America.
What was on Ozark? The guy that lived
the old man that lived in there. They inherited him.
Yeah. He was good, though.
They were in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, they were desperate.
Yeah.
It was his house.
Yeah. And finally, on trash, people share adult problems they never saw coming. And I have read through these, and boy, I tell you what, these are a slap in the face when you end up being an adult.
All right, so worse than swallowing a drill bit and inheriting a house that has
A person in it.
squatters.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just things that happen to you when you become an adult. Figuring out what to make or eat for dinner every day of your life. It is taxing. I don't deny that.
Especially when another person's involved.
Oh, yeah.
See, I don't have a problem. If nobody else is involved, I can eat the same thing every day. It's fine.
Oh, I cannot. It's got to be different.
I mean,
Mister, I go to a different breakfast spot every Saturday.
Yeah, really.
I really don't. I go off thinking I'm going to go to a different breakfast spot, and I end up going to the same one. I'm like,
You know what's crazy, though, is when Jennifer and I were dating, when we lived in Anniston, when we were like high school and college, we would routinely drive to Birmingham to eat on Highway 280.
That is crazy.
And now we live in the 280 corridor and never want to eat.
Yeah.
Like, we're always like, we just ate there.
Because you always say we could always go there. It's across the street.
Well, Maggie always says, let's go to dinner tonight. Let's get outside of our bubble, which means don't eat on 280. It means we got to go downtown.
I'm not getting a flight to Britain.
Yeah. We got to go outside of our bubble, which means we got to go downtown.
The kitchen is always dirty. I clean, and I look up and the sink is full of dishes again. It never ends. That's not the problem at my house. The problem at my house is the island in the kitchen. So when you come up the stairs from the garage, you're in the kitchen, right? The island is the catch-all. Anybody that brings something in puts it on the island.
Oh, absolutely.
And mail is scattered.
Yeah.
Always scattered.
Well, that's in every house. Like right now, my island, and it's even in a townhome, not a big spacious mansion like yours. It still has It's like every day the mail is there and sorted out, but it's still the mail. It's like credit cards, whatever to throw away, these pamphlets to throw away.
35% off Bed Bath & Beyond.
But she wants to go through them, though.
But, what's crazy, though...
But it's organized chaos.
Yeah. What's crazy, though, is I throw away 90% of the mail that shows up at my house.
Before you even bring it in?
I mean, most of it, I grab it, rip it in half, and throw it in the trash.
What does that ripping in half do?
It makes me feel better.
They don't know that I subscribe to People magazine.
Yeah. There's no way I can steal your information because there's two big pieces here.
We got half of it.
Those identity theft people,
Well, no.
they're going to catch you.
This drives my wife crazy, too, but if I think it's got any sort of personal information that could be like...
So you don't shred it, you just do one tear in half?
I shred that stuff.
Okay.
Like if it's a Sirius XM offer, which, by the way, I already got. I don't know why y'all are sending me offers.
Yeah,
I'll take that
and
and rip that in half.
And I've canceled in 3 other cars. I get about 3 letters a week from
I get a
Sirius
ton
XM,
of stuff
and
from Sirius XM.
Like, I am a lifelong member of Sirius XM.
I've been with them forever, and I get
was
stuff.
there when it was XM, and then I switched over to Sirius because I thought I'd like that better, and I went back to XM, and then you merged. I've been there since the beginning,
and
I still get 3 letters a week.
They are the most disorganized company. They have to be.
We got Kevin Hart advertising for him. What about the junk drawer?
The junk drawer is...
You need paper clips, scissors, you need a toothpick?
Everything.
It got so bad, our junk drawer got so bad that Maggie brought a with wheels, a thing that sits in our cupboard that is now like 7 junk drawers. 7
Hi, I'm a drunk drawer. The hell are you going to eat tonight, buddy? We got basil. We got mustard. We got a TV remote with 1 battery.
I mean, we got matches and lighters in one. Everything. We got tape in another. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So soon those will be full, and we'll get 7 more. We'll have 14 drunk drawers.
Drunk drawers. That's trash. I've done enough.
There's not one more?
No, there's 2 more. All right, real quick. Let me get back to the story.
But no more of those little thoughts, like the island being
adult
crowded?
problems they never saw coming. Yard work. It is the absolute worst. Why do we have the grass and the plants in our front of their house? It serves no purpose. It just adds another layer of responsibility onto your life.
Yeah, we sold our house, and one thing I was happy about was the bushes that had gotten too big even before we moved in for our house. That was just impossible to prune.
But thankfully, mine's perfectly green thanks to Wayne's.
Yeah. Grows well.
Hey, and the final one, the next step seems so far away. There's always been a next grade or a next school, like middle, high school, college, or a next graduation or the next step up. Suddenly you get to be an adult. Your next step is retirement, which is 40 years away.
Yep. And then your next step is death.
That's right.
The last step you don't want to take.
The final step.
And that is trash.
And it is presented by Mortgage Wright. Everybody wants to be someone's first choice. Mortgage Wright can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation, getting you pre-approved faster than any other home buyer. Go online, mortgageright.com/TNR, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, this part of the show as well, always being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Carnell Williams' birthday. People are commenting, boy, that was back when Auburn had black shoes, black socks. When Carnell ran the touchdown, the classic Go Crazy, Cadillac Go Crazy from Rod Bramlett in that Iron Bowl game. At Champy's Chicken, you sit around with friends and talk about past Iron Bowl games or maybe tailgate for future games. It's your home for Blues, Brews, and Bird. Champy's Chicken. Go by and see Sterling and the crew. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch, open for dinner. You can get to-go orders as well all weekend long. Champy'sChicken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Drytech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Drytech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Drytech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. So it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCAA.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Unbelievable what just happened in the commercial break. You guys couldn't see it. And I want to pick a bone with Forrester real quick. Forrester has never been in the barrel. He doesn't even know what in the barrel means. But used to, you would occasionally give us live looks in the commercial break, right? Let's bring back the live look every now and then.
The rest of the show now.
The studio was just empty for 4 minutes because we were in there betting on what color the spinning wheel ended
Yeah, but
on.
pull that shot out and give us the excitement going on back there. I mean, we had the most classic spin game going on in the commercial break.
What a sentence.
On the wheel where we spun not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times without a winner back there in our color wheel.
All right, can we set it up where we just show the contest in the next break? Because now we got to spin again because everybody's got their money in and nobody wanted. Scott says we could set it up. Scott's got the setup.
Put it in the studio. That's where you have to put it because you're not going to be able to.
That's more fun in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it in there.
Well, we'll just have to ask where Scott wants it. He's the video director.
If we bring it in here, then it takes away from the annoying
That's right.
of the noise.
Yeah,
and that's half the fun.
Rockstar would like for us to move it to the parking lot.
Yeah. I mean, it just was spin. I mean, there were some hard.
God,
somebody was
so
about
close.
to win, and
I
it
know
just wouldn't-
twice I missed it.
I mean, it was, dare I say, an instant classic. If there was a colored spin wheel of gambling channel, that would be running nonstop right now. That was what happened in our commercial break.
Probably we do it about 3 breaks a show. Would you say that, Rockstar? I know it
Why
seems
don't
like
you
more.
so the listeners can have fun with it. Why don't you guys stick with the color you pick, and then you can write your names on the board. That's my color. And then why don't y'all just spin it instead of every time going, I'm going to do yellow this time.
What colors everybody want? Yeah, that's part of the setup.
You're consistently your color.
And then what happens, Rockstar?
Who was green?
Dunaway spins it like, what color did I have? I forgot.
Everybody part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV Center. Hey, by the way, we could put a logo on there and sell sponsorship to them.
It's been mentioned.
The JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Stunned.
Great place up there off I-65. 2 locations. If you're looking something family fun to do this spring and summer, see America with Johnston RV.
Exit 304 I-65 in Coleman. Exit 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. Financing is available. And you can see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Brian Kelly, cut 6, Rockstar. Here is Brian Kelly talking about their spring game coming up Saturday down in Baton Rouge, Tiger Stadium. So, coaches are detail-oriented people, and Brian Kelly explaining here the things that he wants to work on in this spring game, right? You don't want to waste a practice. It's one of your 15. So here's what Brian Kelly says his LSU players will be working on Saturday.
We're going to practice the walk. We're going to do everything that, goes into game day. So the first time we come here, it's not like we've never done it before. From pregame routine, how we're going to warm up. I want to be able to get that accomplished, if you will, and not do it the first time. So the spring game gives us that opportunity to get a dry run, if you will, or a soft opening, whatever analogy or whatever words you want to use. I utilize the spring game for that opportunity. So I don't know that it gives us like definitive opportunities to make long-standing, decisions on depth. I think the whole spring gives us that more so than one particular game.
LSU's been playing football, 130 years probably?
Yeah, but it's a soft opening Saturday.
Brian Kelly, the last 2 days has made it sound like they've never played a football game before.
Yeah. Well, we're going to teach them how to walk to the stadium.
That's right. That's step one.
How they get out. They're going to touch the goalpost that we have cut up right there. It's a tradition.
I mean, it's incredible.
I'm told it's a tradition we do right here.
Brian Kelly, and I like what you guys know. I mean, we're I don't know if I call me a fan of Brian Kelly, but I think he's a really good football coach. He is very close early on. He's got to go a long way to reach this level, but early on, he is very close to Butch Jones. Half my team's never been on a plane. Right. Half my team's never been out of the state of Tennessee. Half my team's never seen a stadium that holds 100,000. Half my team doesn't even know that the time changes. Butch Jones is always telling you what half his team hadn't done. Brian Kelly's getting pretty close to that this spring.
They're going to learn how to stretch in pregame.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get the cheerleaders to draw us one of those little signs. Maybe we'll teach them how to run through a little paper sign.
Tear that sign.
Yeah.
They don't do that in college anymore. They used to do that back in the day.
Did they in college, too?
I think in a paper sign now.
Have you ever been to an Alabama or Auburn game that had a paper sign that they ran through? I've never seen that in a college game.
I know Georgia has got, it's not a paper sign, but it's one that like Velcros a big banner and they run through that.
And I'll be honest, no offense to any Georgia fans out there, it's the dumbest looking thing I've ever seen in my life.
I swear
no offense.
No, I really don't mean this.
Nothing looks more high schoolish than
it
running
does look
through
high
the
school,
G.
I agree. But I think back in the day, colleges used to have the big paper sign like high school. I swear to you. I think I remember seeing that as a kid.
So you think Cela Ward at Alabama
I don't know, Jim. I know,
got down on a Wednesday somewhere
football,
over in Tuscaloosa and got chalk and drew up a sign.
I know this is a newsflash to you. There's college football outside of Tuscaloosa. I'm not saying Alabama did it, but I am saying I think as a kid I can remember watching college football where they ran through a big paper sign.
Michigan does have that blue banner. For some reason, I like them jumping up and
they
touching
run
that
under
banner
it and jump and touch it,
and running through the Velcro G.
They also run out of the side of the stadium instead of the end zone.
Which I like, too.
They're totally unconventional.
Yeah, I like that, too. I don't know why.
I'm just telling. I mean, I think I remember college football teams running through a paper sign. I think I remember that.
He said, "What? My coach wouldn't let me lead team through the paper back in high school. He was afraid I couldn't break it."
I do remember. You know this. That is pretty bad.
Well, that's why you do those little rips in it before you go out there. Yeah, a good cheerleader have that set up for you.
When I was a kid, my dad took me to the 1986 Alabama Notre Dame game in Legion Field. You remember that game, right?
Steve Berline.
Yeah, Steve Berline. Because
I remember it. Steve doesn't.
No, he does not. Because my dad I remember him saying, hey, this could be your only chance to ever see Notre Dame play. And my dad had a respect for the game of football and wanted me to see Notre Dame, right? And
much like this T-shirt.
That they were playing Alabama, yeah. So there were these two Notre Dame fans that had made a paper sign between two poles, and they were walking in front of the Alabama
remember
fans.
this happening.
You remember this happening? And this drunk guy gets a running start down the stairs and runs right through that sign. By the way, that was right down in front of me. We must have been seeing. And do you remember the two Notre Dame fans take the sticks and just start beating the crap out of the guy?
I don't remember that part.
Well, maybe I made that up.
I don't remember that
But I do
part.
remember the guy running all the way down the stairs through the sign and just destroyed their sign and everybody going nuts.
I do remember that because they were walking around on the walk showing every section, and I remember it getting ripped up. Seemed like that made George Michael's sports machine back then.
It may have back in the day.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at High Point Property as we reach the top of the hour here. Open in the final hour. Rockstar's got 4 downs. We'll throw out the lock information for you and phone calls. We'll open those up. 205-734-0923. 734-0923.
All right, listen. High Point Properties is the leader in creating beautiful home sites from around the Birmingham area. They're offering several sites in Helena ranging from 3 to 43 acres. You can call Wes today for more info. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hppro.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The beautiful days of spring and summer are here. No better time to send flowers just because with our friends at Blakely's. I like Blakely's bouquets because of their unique and custom designs. And you can call them up, 205-579-4900, or get an easy link at blakeleysbouquets.com. And it's not just flowers. They've got custom-made gifts in the store right there on Oxmoor Road. It's your full-service flower shop, blakeleysbouquets.com. 205-579-4900 for Blakely's Bouquets.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Can't believe it's already the final hour of this show today. We'll work in some phone calls this hour. Rockstar's got our 4 downs. And a lot more. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown. LT is off today and tomorrow. Brownie's actually off tomorrow. So Rockstar has put together an all-star list of co-hosts for me. All right?
All right. What we got?
First hour of the show tomorrow. It'll be Lunsford and I in here. We'll knock out 4 downs and do some business, take care of your sports. Then Rockstar, who comes in at 10 o'clock tomorrow?
You hear her on some of our promos. It is Miss Kelly Hunter.
Oh.
Kelly Hunter will
Birmingham
be in.
Sports broadcast legend, Kelly Hunter.
10 to 11.
A little bit of a Braves fan.
I've heard.
Kelly's a Braves fan. I remember I'm always awkwardly trying. I can't kill time. I don't pass time very well. Neyland Stadium waiting to do late live shots after a 2:30 Alabama-Tennessee game. She's calmly sitting outside in a chair reading a book, waiting to do her 10 o'clock live shot. I'm bouncing around trying to do anything but let her read that book. We'll talk to Kelly tomorrow, 10 to 11.
Can you imagine how annoying that way?
Yeah. I think she looked over her glasses at me like, this isn't a cartoon. Go leave me alone. I'm reading a book.
We're not in high school.
10 to 11 tomorrow with Kelly Hunter. Who's in 11 to 12, Rockstar?
Do it in his voice.
It's one. I can't do the tone the bone. Tony Curry.
Tony Curry's with us 11 to 12 tomorrow, including bone fragments. We'll talk to Tony about some days back at
Rock 99 is more in
Jitterbugs.
and Rock 99
because
and music,
we lived
concerts backstage.
Yeah, we lived the Jock days with him, so I know what happened there. I would, and I worked with Tony a little bit before he was on Jocks, and I think you did too. You're up there before he was on Jocks, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and when he was just Rock 99, he was a riot to have around, an absolute riot when he was afternoon guy on Rock 99.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. We used to, we had limited computers that had internet access when the internet was first coming on board. This was early 2000s. And I was producing Herb Winches and Ben Cook or Herb and Ray, one of the two. And Tony would come in about every 30 minutes and goes, hey, what's that Dodgers-Padres score? I mean, it was like every 30 minutes. What's that score now? Is it the top of the third yet?
And so then 12 to 1, who's in co-hosting tomorrow on this all-star cast?
That would be the bourbon man himself, Mr. Aaron Suttles.
You're going to have some bourbon on the set?
We will actually do a edition of Bama and Bourbon, thanks to Pink Package right there on Highway 280. We'll sample a new tasting up here and talk a little Alabama and college football the final hour of the show. So free play 9 to 10. Kelly Hunter 10 to 11. Tony Curry 11 to 12. Aaron Suttles 12 to 1. Co-hosting with Rockstar and I tomorrow. Plus Rockstar in the Roundtable Lounge in that final hour.
We call that a little bit of a packed show.
Yeah.
That is a packed show. I don't know how y'all are going to do all that.
And
Yep.
technically, it's not the Round Table Lounge. It's the Next Round Lounge with Rockstar.
And it's got a sponsor starting tomorrow, too.
Oh, it does. I got to remember to
That's going to be a mouthful.
Speaking of sponsors, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at the Regions Tradition.
Jimmy D, it is coming back to Birmingham, one of our favorite times of the year. The Regions Tradition, legendary champions, golf greats competing. The names like Retief Goosen, Ernie Els, Jim Furyk, and more fighting for a chance to make history at Greystone, May 11th through 15th. The Regions Tradition, celebrating 30 years of tradition and $20 million to charities. Purchase your tickets today, regionstradition.com.
And listen, it's a show tomorrow you'll want to be a part of. Couple of things we haven't gotten to today before we jump on the phones and then dial it back to some other things I'd like to revisit. But C.J. Stroud is your Heisman favorite, plus 200. Bryce Young's plus 400.
It's just so hard to win back-to-back. Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, FanDuel, he's, everybody else has much longer odds. The only one in single digits, 2-1, 4-1, is Stroud and Bryce Young.
That said, how often does the favorite win it? I don't think Bryce was the favorite going into last year,
I don't think he was going into the year, no.
So the favorite...
I think actually it was the Uyunglele or Spencer Rattler, I think.
I think you're right about that. Yeah. The favorite generally does not fare well in this thing.
Yeah. Yesterday during the show, the Big Ten announced Indianapolis through 2024 for the Big Ten championship game. Also yesterday, Northwestern and UCLA announced they'll play home and home in 2033 and 2034. Is there more of a blob future matchup between two Power 5 teams in UCLA and Northwestern?
It doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Like
no,
that may be the Rose Bowl I don't watch.
Yeah, I mean, if that's week 0 Saturday, you wouldn't even watch them play the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
If it's week 0 though, you'll watch the heck out of that game, right?
Yeah, I
will. If that was a week 0 game for some reason.
Jay Wright retired. We'll get back to that in a second. But first, let's knock out some phone calls. Rockstar, is it Dominique on line 1? Dominique on line 1. Let's see what he has to say today. What's up, Big D? Nope, lost him there. Let's go to Brett out in New Mexico. Not in New Mexico, I bet. Brett, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you doing today?
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Where do we find you in this fine world of ours today?
Montana.
I am close, Jim. I started my morning about 4 hours and 22 minutes ago in Hardin, Montana, and now I'm in the shadow of Mount Rushmore.
Oh, wow.
Man.
You know what would look good in a commercial break when Forrester's not giving us a live look into something going on? Would be a next round T-shirt with Mount Rushmore over your shoulder,
and our faces on
well,
it.
you're reading my mind, Mr. Dunaway, because I've got a truck stop plugged in to stop in about 45 minutes to take a break, and if I can find an approved truck route, I was actually going to drive down that way and take a couple of pictures with some TNR gear.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Please do that.
Knock that out.
As long as it's an approved truck route, we don't want you breaking the law.
Oh, yeah. So, coming across Idaho and Montana yesterday, my service was in and out, and towards the end of the show, or it might have been during trash, you guys were talking about that manager at the gas station that made the boo-boo and had 45 cents for like 5 hours.
Yeah, for those that did not hear the story, it's a Tennessee gas station. The manager, or the owner is the way I read the story, it's the owner of the gas station, goes in to change the prices after they get a new gas delivery, screws up, and instead of whatever, $3.45 a gallon, $4.45 a gallon, he accidentally makes it 45 cents. And it was that way for 5 hours before somebody finally told him. 5 hours before a good Samaritan said, hey, dude, you got the wrong price, man. You're killing yourself.
All right, so when I was transitioning out of the Army at Fort McClellan, I got into a management training program with a regional gas company / convenience store, and they don't change the price when the gas gets delivered. The manager or whoever manager on duty that opens the store, and this is probably true for all of them, they come in and get the store running, and within the first 2 hours you have to do a gas survey. So you have to drive around to the competition to see what the gas prices are, and then you send that in, and then the home office sends you a message back. Don't change or go up or go down, and they give you the new prices. If the price is going up, they change it on the sign before they change it on the pump. If it's going down, they change it on the pump before they change it on the sign.
Interesting.
You know, So
Well, whatever this cat did, he did it the wrong way, and it cost him a bundle.
He forgot to hit like whatever the first digit, or he didn't move it over or whatever. But I'm gonna stop down here, and if I can get over there and get a couple pictures, I'll tweet them in to you guys on the Next Round Live. I'll send them into Twitter, because I got on Twitter the other day. Finally.
What's your handle?
Truck Driver Brett.
Truck Driver Brett. Go follow Truck Driver Brett on Twitter. When were you at Fort McClellan? Because I grew up obviously not far from there.
Well, I went to basic training there in '85, and I stayed there for 6 months, and then I was there from 92 to 95.
Oh man, it's my formative years. I was like senior in high school around then, Brett.
And I worked part-time for the Domino's there in Lindlock.
Oh, wow. I bet you I've ordered pizza from you. You probably delivered pizza to my house when I was a kid.
There was never a day like you disposed of chemical weapons and then delivered pizzas in the same day, right?
No, I was an MP, Jim.
Oh, okay.
I started the chemical. I helped redesign and reconstitute some of the response procedures for the chemical test facility out there, the training facility.
Brett will understand the story because he was an MP. All right, so my dad worked as a civilian at Fort McClellan, and they had a green window sticker. You remember this, Brett? And the officers, if you were an officer, they had a black window sticker.
Negative.
What color was it?
Officers had blue.
Blue, I'm sorry. Yeah, so that way the MPs at the gate would know to salute the officers, right, when they were coming through. So we would take my dad's car to go out there and play basketball at the gym, a Truman Gym, I think it was, Truman Gym on Fort McClellan. But we would,
right there by the track and the softball
That's
field.
right. We'd go at night, and the MP couldn't tell the difference in the color. So as we're pulling up to the gate, he waves us through and salutes us. And a car full of teenagers passes, and they would get so pissed at us.
Ha ha, sucker!
I know, but my friends thought it was the most awesome thing that those guys would salute at us.
Yeah, well, I got in trouble a couple of times, especially when I was in Hawaii, because you could tell when an officer's wife was driving and the officer wasn't in the car, and sometimes you'd forget to salute, and you'd get, and then we had this.
Because she wasn't driving straight and bumping into the curb.
Had her blinker on.
Yeah, with blinker on.
Hey, you didn't salute my car. I'm not saluting the car. The officer's not present, lady. Keep going.
Wow. Thank you, Brett. Be careful.
Thanks, guys. All right, bye-bye.
Part of our show being brought to you by the Lock of the Day every day. Lance will send out a lock later on at the Lance Taylor. I don't know if he has yet or not. He's down at the he's off today and tomorrow as he does a little celebration of his own, but that doesn't mean that the lock goes away. He keeps that rolling in. I mean, you have to explain why he's off. He's not here. He's celebrating.
I just think it's funny how you played this up so much.
The Lock of the Day is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. They're never taking days off. Adam and Chad at Hemphill Services, they've been taking care of you since 1954. Someday they'll take a day off, but today is not one of them. They're making sure that everything in your life is running right, flowing right, and whatever. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill. Hemphill Services when your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Oh, not like you guys when I was in Las Vegas taking my first vacation in 18 months. For
it was counting.
For 4 days.
Right.
That y'all didn't make fun of me because I come back and we've got a way too many Fade Dunaway T-shirts that will never change, never sell back there.
Oh, y'all go buy up all those Fade Dunaway shirts.
In fact, I am working on a way to give away Fade Dunaway T-shirts.
Nextround.store. Go buy all the Fade Dunaway T-shirts just to show him how wrong he is.
I was thinking about having a pick competition like I beat Feinbaum.
And you get that shirt, the
and
Fade
if
Dunaway?
you beat me, you get a Fade Dunaway T-shirt.
I think we're onto something there. Let's do that in football season. We got an idea for football season.
No, I was going to try to get rid of them in June. It was a management mistake when I was gone.
Back just in time.
All right. When we come back, Rockstar has our 4 downs today, and then we'll get back into the big stories. Jay Wright leaving and Lincoln Riley writing an open letter. They'll be our final 2 thoughts. But you got 4 good questions for us?
They're average.
2.5.
2.5 good questions and a question and a half that's not so good. The show being brought to you by Odie's. We were all there last night and had a great time, Brownie.
Did you know the question we asked last night, the bonus question, bigger by square miles, Alabama or North Korea?
I thought it was North Korea. It was very close.
It was very close. You thought it was Alabama, Rockstar. It was, in fact, or is, in fact, Alabama. 50,000 square miles and some change for Alabama. 47,000 square miles and some change for North Korea. So it's not only fun trivia, it's educational. Who knew that?
What would Kim Jong Ivy say?
Oh.
Good luck on that one.
You just blew my mind.
Good luck on that one.
I can't do this.
Yeah, I know.
And it's going to be really bad, so no.
Yeah, a Birmingham institution. Odie's is located in Crestline Village. Our guy, Rodney Davis, cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 25 years. Burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches. The Diablo, our staff loves that. In fact, Will said he was going to bring us some. I cannot wait. Go see our guy, Will Haver, and that great staff today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslock.com.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, don't forget Rockstar in concert May 14th down at Chuck's Marina, Lake Martin. You can make plans to be there. I've already texted Maggie, and we're going to try to be there.
I was going to say swift no.
Is that a Friday?
It's a Saturday, I believe.
Saturday afternoon, night?
I think it's usually 4 to 7.
4 to 7. That's perfect. We got friends who live right there next to Chuck's Marina.
I bet Maggie's preaching the next day. You'll get Dunaway there, though.
Yeah. We could maybe stay somewhere together.
Maybe
Do the old Dunaway and Brown.
All right. That's
hey, what's going on, man?
That's coming up on May 14th if you're down on Lake Martin in Alabama. Lake Martin, Alabama there coming up. Four Downs Every Day here is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. John Lunsford from back in the Next Round store has rolled out here now.
Y'all close the store down.
You pull that chain link thing
down.
Gone to lunch. I had the little clock. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
It's like the neon open sign. He goes, not open right now.
I mean,
sorry, pal. We're closed.
Just to let everybody know, we control it all now, right?
That's right.
You sort of head that up.
Yep.
Yes. My official title now is manager of the Next Round store.
Manager.
Yeah, I like to call you marketing director, but whatever you want to call it. President of marketing.
3 and Out and our 4 Downs brought to you by the team of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. It is about to get hot out here in Alabama. So drop by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got the fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What should you enjoy before it is no longer around?
A lot of people, and
can we do a show in the future where I just answer every question with an innuendo?
You usually do that yourself.
Do it. It's normal. Let's do it on this one, because have you prepared answers?
I cannot do it. No.
Okay.
Space Mountain.
The way things are going, you can say Disney for this.
All right. So
I was going to go log ride.
It'll be like cockroaches. It'll be when the Earth ends. That'll be Disney.
Yeah. So
Jeremy, I said I was going to go log ride the flume.
Oh my!
Wow. So basically, they're taking away kind of their autonomy, their ability to govern themselves.
Yeah, they've always, because that brings in so much money. They basically said y'all can do whatever you want to, and DeSantis isn't really happy about that.
Well, he's not happy about
much.
He also knows Disney is not going to go anywhere either. I mean,
they've threatened to move like the executive stuff to California, but you can't pick up the whole park.
Yeah, you can't pick up the whole park.
Why not? You make so much money. Why not? If you don't like it, why don't you just say, "Hey, I tell you what, we're going to do."
I mean,
that is such
50 years from now, could they ultimately have picked up pieces and done it potentially? But right now,
that is such.
He knows they're not going to go anywhere.
You don't know that they got so much money.
100%
we're going to build a brand new one in Charlotte. You don't think they want to get rid of some of that stuff anyway?
And you know what I tell them if I'm anybody, I'm like, okay, well, you go price what that's going to cost.
They got the money.
I think we can afford it.
Do you know how much it would cost to build what they've got? I'm talking hotels, transportation,
probably
everything.
$1.2 million.
At least $100. I was going to say Disney, but in the same vein, I've heard a lot of people say Cuba. If you want to see what,
I think it's too late.
Yeah, is it now? Has it gotten so Americanized already?
All I know is Charles Barkley told us that 2016.
Yeah, and I've heard a lot of people say it, that if you want to see Cuba the way Cuba has always been, you better go now.
Like he wanted to go down to Havana before
the Americans ruined it.
Before we got down there and Americanized it, which I think is a great answer. Some people would have said college football in the last couple of years before it changes too much. So maybe that's a good thing before it's different.
My answer is traditional media.
Oh, shot across the bow right there.
Traditional media, like
enjoy it before it's no longer around.
Radio and television. But see, what
newspapers are already dead.
What's crazy is that now these streaming services are struggling, and they're starting to talk about ad-based revenue.
Well, not all of them,
which we're already doing, by the way. We're streaming and we're ad-based.
You think?
Yeah, so this is the way we do it. It's nice of Netflix and them to say, okay, maybe we should do it that way.
But if Netflix, and I know they're talking about, I guess, charging less to do ad revenue, but if you had Netflix for free with a ton of ads, people would consume it. Or you'd say, I pay $10, I'll pay $20, I'll pay $30 to get rid of the ads. That's what Hulu does, and it's been ultra successful for them because it used to be you could watch for free, then you had to pay a little bit with ads. Now you can pay a little bit more, and it is worth every penny to pay for it to not have ads.
I just, maybe Amazon and Apple aren't struggling because they're connected to a bigger giant. Maybe Netflix is struggling. I don't even know who owns Netflix. I mean, is it
Netflix?
Netflix owns Netflix.
Yeah.
It's publicly traded.
Yeah.
But they're it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't have any connection to another giant like Amazon does and like Apple does. So maybe that's why they're thriving and Netflix doesn't. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like the model Netflix is trying. Here's my problem with Netflix, though. When I first got on Netflix, my assumption was, and I think this is the way it was when I first got on it, it's almost any old movie I wanted to watch, I could go to Netflix and watch it.
Well, they told you that we're steering away from movies. We're going to do most of the original content.
To me, that is what hurt them. But they kind of had to do it because they couldn't because the more the streaming came on, they couldn't keep offering the movies, right?
Because it's the opposite for me. The only thing I ever go there to watch, I never go there to watch an old movie. I always go there to watch original programming.
But this was before they had original programming. That's what hooked people into Netflix.
They had a deal with Starz. Remember, that was one of the first things. Starz, they had like 500 movies from Starz and everything, and then Starz said, we're going to start our own thing. We're pulling everything off Netflix. And then Disney took all the Marvel stuff, the Punisher and all that stuff.
And all the Pixar stuff too, right?
And NBC pulled The Office. And
That's
Friends
right.
And
So, I mean,
spread all that out.
yeah.
So.
Embarrassing comment here, but it's nothing new for me. When Maggie and I first got married, Netflix was early, and we would get a DVD disc delivered from Netflix in our mailbox, and that's how we consumed Felicity.
Oh my God!
I can't say anything. I watched Bridgerton.
Wasn't season 1, but freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, and senior year, 4 years of Felicity. And it's how we also consumed Sex and the City. We're not on HBO, but it was delivered in the mail from Netflix, a season at a time.
But I don't know who said this on the chat room in there. I've lost it now, but they're right. One of the issues is, there it is, Jeremy. Their biggest problem is people share the passwords.
Oh, they're trying to crack down on that.
And really the biggest problem is, you nailed the biggest problem. Netflix isn't owned by anybody. They do nothing else but what they do. Amazon Prime is just a small part of what they do. HBO is a part of Warner and a whole huge conglomerate.
Apple Plus is part
Apple
of
Plus is
communications
Apple.
company.
This is what makes Apple's money.
Yeah. And we got Amazon, the video part, Amazon Prime in my house, only because it was just a small little add-on because Maggie orders everything in the world, from our toilet paper to our wipes to everything, through Amazon.
And you don't pay the shipping if it's Prime, right? Or you pay lesser calls
we pay
or something like that.
the subscription, so we don't pay the shipping.
Yep.
And you can save like 16 cents at Whole Foods.
Yeah.
Second down.
Yeah. But honest to goodness, Rockstar, now in my house, we will get a huge box will come up, and I'll be like, what is that? And she goes, oh, that's our toilet paper. That's our toilet paper? And so now you go into every bathroom and a closet and our garage, and there's like 60 rolls of toilet paper, right? I mean, because it comes in this huge box.
Yeah, but when the new COVID hits, you're going to have all that toilet paper, and you don't have to worry about it.
Come to my house. But then the next day I come out, and there's another huge box when I get home from here. What is it? Dog food. We get our dog food from Amazon too? Yes. So I try to pick up that box, no handle, but it's a big, heavy 50-pound box of dog food. I have to rip the box open.
Well, imagine the Amazon guy.
Pull out well, I'm sure he has
God,
one
I
of
can't
those
imagine
little
you
things.
at Christmas. Okay, it's wrapped in paper. I got to open that. There's a listen to this. Not one, 2 ribbons on it. I have to untie those.
It's just
second down.
Every day there's something delivered to our house.
What is the biggest life lesson that employment has taught you?
This is going to sound bad. I'll go first. I mean, I never really thought the world revolved around me.
Never really. So good.
I mean, I never really thought that. But at times.
But you do now.
At times. I mean, I played by myself a lot as a child. I've talked about many times, I had a fake basketball league, a fake pro baseball league. Played games under lights. We had it rigged up, my grandfather and I, on my patio with a fireplace. Looked like Wrigley Field, brick wall. Perfect ledge. It would hit the tennis ball up in the air for a home run, or ground balls, or line drives. It was under the floodlights. Played day-night doubleheaders, Nerf goals downstairs.
Okay, I get it. Oh my God!
So I had this whole league.
No friends. We got it.
Had this whole league set up. But there are times I'd lay out under the stars, waiting for them to drag the field to get ready for game 2. And I would think to myself, what
Did you
if?
say rain delay?
What if we did have rain delay?
Early game running long on TV. We got to delay the start.
What
Dunaway
if?
pulling a dirty twin bed sheet as the tarp.
What if, when Lunsford is not engaged in my life, like when he's not here with me,
I'm always engaged in your life, yes.
he's just in a closet somewhere.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, there's only one creator in the universe, God, and maybe I'm the only other real person. Everyone else is just a character.
What the hell are you
in the
talking
show?
about?
I mean, I thought about that.
It's
Then
the
I went,
Dunaway show.
Then
like
I
the
went
Truman Show.
to work in real life, and I realized everyone has their own lives, and everything's not centered around me.
It took a long time to get there.
You learned that at work?
I did. My first job.
So you were in your 20s before you learned that?
There are other people.
I started working
they do
when I
have
was 12.
feelings. Yeah.
For me, it's easy. Don't trust a single person.
Wow, Lunsford.
You
What
came
is
in
it, right here in front of us?
Came in with guns
Yeah.
today.
Well, I mean, we all are together after being in a certain place, but I feel like we would all say that same verbiage about certain place.
I trust everybody here.
That's what I'm saying. No, we're all here.
I guess the one thing I learned in work is somebody's going to make the money. It should be you.
Why not me?
Why not me?
Yeah.
Scare money don't make money, Rocky.
Well, mine was there's going to be a lot of people that do the work, and there's going to be a lot of people that don't want to do the work.
That is true.
But
That is 100%
if I
true.
just stay
Yeah.
under the radar,
Yeah.
I'm going to do just enough, and nobody's going to notice me. I'll still make money.
Yep. Well, no, I actually tell that to students when I would speak broadcasting students that you will work in a workplace. I did it at Alabama just the other day, where for 50% of the people, it's a career, and those people do 100% of the work. And then there are 50% of the people who are there cashing a check, and they are the ones who are trying not to work, who are making it harder for the other people. That's every workplace.
Correct.
Third down.
What are you eagerly anticipating this year?
The cage match between Bob Chapek and Ron DeSantis.
Same.
Who's Bob Chapek?
The CEO of Disney.
Oh, is he?
I'm going to get you.
To Bob Iger's place.
Don't say that word.
They come in from under the ring with a steel chair.
Are you anticipating anything?
I mean, vacations. We've got a couple fun trips planned. Yeah.
Maggie and I have a yet to be put on paper trip that her and I are taking by ourselves, celebrating
Yet
an
to be put
anniversary.
on paper?
Well, we haven't nailed down a weekend. We were going to do it this weekend, but somebody called.
Yeah, but you had
this
to take a
weekend.
vacation like 18 months.
Yeah. Well, but I just took one, but we were going to double back and sneak out, but it seems like everybody's off tomorrow, so I had to be here. But I'm looking forward to getting away with Maggie.
Jimmy Martyr.
I'm looking forward to this college football season coming up. I look forward to a lot of things.
Fourth down.
Looking forward to grilling a steak tonight.
Oddly, probably too much looking forward to this last portion of Ozark. I am looking forward to that. Next Friday, you say?
It's bittersweet. Yeah, it's bittersweet because it's ending.
I know.
It's done.
And I know what I'm going to do. I know I'm going to
binge
it that weekend. I'm going to try my best to spread it out. But it's so easy. That's why I go back and forth on these.
Oh, they don't think they didn't do it on purpose. That watch next episode. And
I know.
2 seconds long. That bar.
I know it is just so easy to say, "Gosh, that's such a good cliffhanger." I'm just going to start the next episode. That's the last one I watch, and then you never did.
I started Severance. I told this to somebody earlier. So I've watched one episode. I made it deeper than Brown did. But is it worth going back to keep watching? Like the first, I didn't finish the first episode, and I didn't go, man, I'm dying to see episode 2. But everyone tells me I need to watch this show.
I think it's incredible, but I feel like I have very different taste than the other people in this room, so I don't know.
Did you just call me stupid?
I said I only could watch 15 minutes of it. I thought it was awful.
I feel
you're
like
a given,
both of y'all said
but
that, and I loved it. So
did
I
you
don't
just
know.
call me stupid?
I just we have
it's
different
borderline
tastes.
moron.
Did you call me simple-minded?
You've done that to me.
But me and Lunsford probably have less common taste than me and Lance. Anytime Lance tells me I'm going to like something, I hate it. But Lunsford, on TV anyway, or movies, but Lunsford likes that Macbeth thing.
Second best movie of the year.
Freaking awful. And then Severance was, I couldn't make it through 15 minutes, either one of them.
Best
The guy
TV
that
show
fell
so far
asleep
this
at a
year.
concert.
I did fall asleep. It was a John Mayer concert, to be fair.
Oh, how about Jeremy says I'm going to the 150th British Open at St. Andrews.
I would love that.
That'd be nice.
Can I come?
Already hit it, won't hit again. Fourth down. How would you do if the movie Castaway happened to you?
Awful.
The movie's 143 minutes. That's about 142 long.
Yeah, I know.
If I was there.
I mean, I don't know what I would have done. There's no way I would have extracted my own tooth with an ice skate.
Okay, what do you think the hardest part of
extracting his own tooth with an ice skate?
I would say the plane crash. Like
that was pretty bad.
The level of anxiety and then coming up, getting that. Would you be able to inflate that boat to carry you up from the wreckage?
And he's wearing a sweater. He's got to get on that sweater.
Panicking.
I keep this little pill in my right sock all the time.
Little cyanide?
Little cyanide pill. You wouldn't have got through the open, and I wouldn't take that. Like, I'm hoping I'll make it to where Kelly Hunter comes in tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
You know what?
Without taking it.
On Dunaway's version of Castaway, he dies on that little raft about the time the big ship blows the horn. Dunaway's made it all the way to the big ship. He dies on that raft.
No, the next is like a hedonism island.
Yeah. Kevin's right, though. Dunaway would do great. Imagine all the made-up leagues he'd have there on the beach.
All right, guys. Game time.
There's Coconut.
We're transferring to volleyball.
NBL tonight. It's a Montana Sky and the New York Empires live on TVS. That's our four downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations all over town, and the show being brought to you in part by Rockstar's Guy. It's Adam Mestre.
It's Adam Mestre. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you could buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
He said what? Says, tell me you're from Saks without telling me you're from Saks.
I'm glad you read that
Shakespeare
out,
is awful.
No, it's awful.
Yeah.
Well, Shakespeare's not awful.
The
I mean,
hell's he saying?
I don't like most of it, but that movie's terrible.
Tell me how you ended up one class away from a college degree.
Whatever. Don't act like you like Macbeth. You go watch that tonight and tell me you like it.
I'm going to a theater tonight.
That's only because your daughter's in it. You wouldn't go to that by choice.
Macbeth, more like bored
He was
meat
just in
to
a play.
Macbeth.
He was just in a play a few weeks ago.
I was just in a play. My
Only
theatrical
because you can't
debut.
say no to Lunsford, because Lunsford asked. You'd have said no to anybody else.
I can't say no to anybody. Filled in for Rockstar last night, too, when I had a steak sitting in the refrigerator. Glad I did, though. Got to see old Will Haber down at Odie's. All right, we're back in a second. When we come back, everyone is saying, oh, Jay Wright's leaving Villanova. He's going to end up coaching in the NBA. I got a thought on that when we come back. It's next on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa, so that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Wright have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Wright's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Back with you on the next round. D&B with you today. LT is back on Monday. Don't forget, 1 week from tonight, we're live at Baumhauer's in Vestavia, Highway 31. We'll be there 5 to 7 p.m. with a bonus show to get you ready for the NFL draft. And then for the first few picks of the draft, we'll enjoy some great food and some cocktails. So make plans to come out there. Braves at home starting tomorrow in a series. Forrester had this thing with the A's last night. Now, if you go to a Barons game in Birmingham, you're going to see a bigger crowd than what is in Oakland. Remember, Oakland sold off all their players, traded Matt Olson to the Braves. And look at this crowd for a game. The game's already being played. Look at how many people are at the Oakland Alameda County Stadium.
That's during a game?
That's during a...
Is it a day game?
This is yesterday. You can see the sunlight, Brown.
Well, Jim, I know, but that could be late afternoon for a night game.
Look at that.
Late afternoon for a game that goes into the night, Rockstar.
But look at that.
I don't know why you two have to be this way. That is embarrassing.
I think Forrester said 2,700 fans for that game. All due respect to Oakland, but even Tampa Bay looks at that and says, come on.
I love these guys, though, that are sitting way out in right field. I mean, there are a billion open seats, and you're sitting in the middle of right field all by yourself.
That's where my seats are.
Yeah, I know.
The
my season tickets.
The usher's not going to let them sit anywhere else, Brown. I'm sorry. You're in section 67.
That is embarrassing. You're right. I mean, Barons will draw more than that.
Everyone says that team is on its way to Las Vegas.
Yeah, because Furman told us, but that was a basketball arena or something like that they're building, but they got tons of room out there. I mean, the Savannah Bananas outdrew that at Rickwood, didn't they?
Oh, I mean, that was a hard sellout. Yeah, I think a little between 7,000 and 8,000.
Yeah, that's really sad right there. Really sad. I mean, J.M. Dog says it makes Fulton County's in the 80s look like a sellout. I never saw Fulton County that bad. I mean, people still went to Fulton County back in the day, and the Braves are awful.
Yeah, that's what Jeremy says. The Braves even drew $7,000 a night back in the 80s.
Yeah, that's embarrassing, man.
Yeah, so wanted to show that to you. Brown's not right, Jeremy.
Yeah.
He says it's embarrassing.
It is.
I mean, obviously Forrester and I brought it up because it was embarrassing.
Yeah.
Brown just echoed what Forrester and then I had already said. Brown's just
very embarrassing.
The Echo Machine, brought to you today by our friends at Redmont. If you'd like to enjoy a good cocktail while Brown echoes something, Redmont Distilling, the official vodka of the World Games.
It is locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. The aim for Redmont, clarity and taste, color and smell, vodka perfection, basically. Redmont Vodka, made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, but provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Don't forget about the new favorite, Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin. Gluten-free, 8 times distilled as well. Fastest growing distillery in Alabama, available in Georgia, Mississippi, soon nationwide, is Redmont Vodka.
Philip's dead on. Philip says they're pulling a major league. Drop the attendance so they can move without penalty from Oakland to Las Vegas.
Would you not rather? I mean, do you care? Would you rather see them in Vegas?
I don't watch
do you care
a lot
where
of,
they play. I don't either.
I don't watch a lot of Oakland A's baseball unless they're playing the Tampa Bay Rays.
I mean, I can't tell you the last A's game I have watched.
Yep. But I like that uniform.
I do too.
I hope they become the Las Vegas A's if they move. Kevin said even Eastern Sunday USFL said, damn, what are you guys doing?
Y'all can't draw anybody. I don't know that I'm more or less likely to watch them in Vegas. I mean, there would be some intrigue early on just to see what it looked like. But, I mean, it's still a West Coast game that I'm going to stay up late for.
Yeah. David on our Twitter feed off of CNN, what's it called? CNN Plus folding?
Yep.
He says, man, Rex Chapman's having a bad few weeks.
Oh, that's right. That was his big deal, right? Is they gave him a show on CNN Plus.
Whoops.
Yeah, like he left whatever he was doing.
Oh, did he?
To start that, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
It's a leap, man.
Sometimes you got to take a gamble in life. That one, I mean, with the name CNN behind it, I know not everybody likes CNN, but it's still at least a marketable name.
Oakland with the best uniforms in baseball, say Blake. I disagree with that.
You go with who?
Well, I mean, the Dodgers, as much as I hate the Dodgers,
home Dodger
is a good uniform.
The crisp white with the blue lettering and the red number. It's going to be hard to beat that one.
I mean, Yankees pinstripe's pretty good. Cubs home jersey's pretty good. Oakland's not bad, though. I hate to see the A's name and that uniform go away, though. So I'll tell you top 5, yeah.
When I was a kid, I'm not going to say everybody did this, but I certainly know Atlanta did it. Philadelphia did it. St. Louis did it. I think the Cubs did it. Everybody had that baby blue.
Yeah, it was the road blue.
The road baby blue.
It was universal. You wore white at home and then that road bluish
So every
gray.
team did that, huh?
Most
Just about.
every team.
I mean, the Yankees didn't do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Yankees still have their road grays.
They're road grays, but they would wear these baby blues.
Yeah.
And, man, those are really good
Phillies,
uniforms.
Cardinals, Braves, and a few others did it. Yeah, absolutely. And that was uniform. I don't know why that was going on then.
That was a cool look,
but
though.
it seemed like everybody had the same type uniforms.
Yeah.
Did we say Phillies? Because the Phillies.
Phillies, Cardinals, Braves definitely. I thought I remember the Cubs having one. I could be wrong.
I think they did.
Yeah, but the Cardinals looked really good. Ole Miss wears kind of a version of that sometimes. Those Ole Miss baby blue baseball uniforms. That's a good look.
Jay Wright is retiring, and everyone is saying he's only 60. He's still at the top of his game. He's just doing this. He's already turned down the NBA a couple of times. People are saying he's going to stop doing this at Villanova, and then when the opportunity is right, he's going to coach in the NBA. And you have people who are saying the reason these coaches are shutting it down now is because of name, image, and likeness. I don't think you can tell me Jay Wright is shutting it down because he is fed up and battling name, image, and likeness and doesn't like where we're headed with name, image, and likeness, and then tell me he wants to coach in the pros. I mean, if you're paying attention to what's going on in the NBA, it's a little bit of a headache to get players to play.
Yeah.
I mean, even the commissioner says we've got a problem with stars playing enough games right now. You think he's worried about NIL is going to leave that to go to the NBA? I think he's just hanging it up. He's done coaching.
You know, I mean, and a lot of people point at the possibility of him coaching the 76ers. I don't know why people are saying that. I mean, the 76ers, if you go look, they're the 4 seed, but they finished in a 3-way tie for the second best record in the East.
And they're up 3-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're about to advance to another round of the playoffs under Doc Rivers, who last time I checked is a pretty well-respected NBA coach.
Yeah, pretty good role.
I know he lives in Philly, but that just doesn't seem like that's going to happen, that he would go to Philadelphia. So I don't know where he would go, Jim. I mean, I know Greg Popovich is being asked about his future, if he's going to retire or whatever, but that's a franchise that has steadily declined. I mean, if I'm Jay Wright, I'm 60. I'm not just going to go grab some crap franchise.
Me either. It's either Villanova or I'm hanging it up.
Yeah, or a really good NBA franchise if that's the itch I want to scratch. I'm not going to go try to build something. I'm 60.
Yeah, and then you hear people
like John
say,
Beeline's a great example of why you don't do that.
The NFL coaches or college coaches are fed up with the NIL. Maybe they'll go to the NFL. I mean, just yesterday you had Deebo Samuel saying, I don't want to renegotiate a new contract. I want to go somewhere else. You had two other receivers saying, I want a new contract now. Player empowerment is happening everywhere all the time in the NFL. This NIL is nothing compared to the headaches you have coaching millionaires who now have power in the Major League Baseball, the NBA, and the NFL. The NIL is nothing compared to that.
And you know what Jay Wright or Nick Saban or Jimbo Fisher or whoever those guys can do in the college game you can't do in the pros? They can flip their roster like that.
25 first-rounders in college.
One recruiting cycle, and I can just about flip my roster.
Trip calls CNN Plus the Fire Festival of streaming services. We've got a final thought when we come back. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. It is race weekend over at Talladega. Welcome to town, everybody.
877-GO-2-DEGA. 877-GO, the number 2, DEGA, to get your tickets for the Talladega Super Speedway. And go watch the Geico 500. It is coming up with the green flag on Sunday, 2 o'clock. Don't forget that immersive garage experience, the best in NASCAR. See more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club. The next round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCAA.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a mortgage Wright to people to do it for you, they bring us the final thought today. Anywhere in the U.S. That you need mortgage work, from Maine to Alabama to Washington State, Mortgage Wright can take care of you. The open letter from Lincoln Riley in the Players Tribune, it has this paragraph. As much as my family and I love Norman and cherish the success we were having on the field, sometimes life throws you curveballs at the most unexpected times. Honestly, I always figured I would end my coaching career at OU. But when my agent called me to pass along interest from USC, I was immediately intrigued by the possibilities. Everything that happened next was a blur. I jumped on a Zoom with USC officials. I informed our athletic director, Joe Castiglione, of my decision, and then in one of the most difficult moments of my life and career, I stood in front of our Oklahoma team to let them know that I was leaving. I saw the immediate consequences of my decisions on the faces of our players. I really hated the timing because our team was coming off a gut-wrenching loss, but with the recent rule changes in college football impacting the recruiting cycle, it certainly affected the timeline and made it difficult to transition. Shortly after the meeting, USC announced the news, and my family and I were on our way to Los Angeles. He made it sound like all this happened in 12 hours.
Well, it happened pretty quick. You know, he made it sound like he had never heard anything before the Bedlam game.
And $110 million deals.
Yeah.
How many $110 million deals are done in 12 hours?
Probably very few, but he made it sound like he had never even heard about this before Bedlam. And then between the end of Bedlam and sunset the next day, he's already the USC head coach.
That's right.
Hard to believe. And do you buy, what I asked Josh Pate about the timing of this?
Oh, he's 100% playing PR defense
because of Spencer Rattler, who's called it a toxic situation and all these things.
Well, not just that. Brent Venables is calling for Oklahoma fans to fill up the stadium for the spring game on Saturday. Meanwhile, at USC, it's not really a spring game. It's a practice, and they don't know how it's a public practice.
There won't be anybody there.
And there'll be nobody there, so it's going to look like in the course of 1 week, toxic from Rattler. Baker Mayfield's back getting a statue. There'll be 70,000 fans in Norman cheering on Oklahoma. Meanwhile, Lincoln will be lost in L.A.
Look, you can drive yourself crazy if you try to win the breakup. If you just get consumed, and I know I'm telling somebody.
I believe you always win the breakup.
Yeah, but you can get consumed with it and drive yourself crazy trying to do it.
It's consumed me now for 30 years.
Rockstar, it's like I've got to.
Shout out Lisa Black.
No. It's like I got a guy laying on a couch, and I'm the one listening all the time in there.
My wife's 10 years younger than me. I won.
Amen, brother.
Back tomorrow, 9 a.m. This guy's on vacation tomorrow, too. Joining LT's party, his celebration. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.